Oh, hello, and welcome to Ardente Rigamortis. I'm Review Cultist.
I'm Mikey, the East Ends are evil.
And I'm present, I guess. I'm here as the gamer in yellow.
And we're here to discuss those internet stories, most creepy and most pasta, and be critically silly doing it. And tonight we have, for our 9-year anniversary of Ardente Rigamortis, Jesus fucking Christ.
Is that to 9 years or?
A little bit of column A, a little bit of column B.
Yeah.
We are covering for this anniversary episode Sonic.EXE, the remake. So this story was suggested to us back in 2020 on an email by Amusing Moose.
Is it
So,
Amusing Moose or
yeah,
is
it's
there a tag Musing Moose?
capital A and then Musing Moose. So like Amusing Moose.
But they're also quite amusing, probably.
Yeah, they are a moose that is musing.
Mhm.
Yeah. So sorry it took so long, Amusing Moose. to get this
What else is
episode.
new, right?
Yeah, we have a bit of a backlog.
Mhm.
Also, we need some like prep time or like some hype up time to do some of these stories, specifically the infamous ones.
Mhm.
So Sonic.exe, the remake, is by Sir JC Hyena 231, the original creator of the Sonic.exe stories. They apparently went back and remade or like rewrote the story. Now, you can't actually find this story online unless you use a dead link on the Wayback Machine. It's going to go up in our description, so you can check it out in the description below. But yeah, know that we had to like use the Wayback Machine on a dead link to get this one. But by God, we got there. So before we dive into the rundown and all of our notes, which are pretty extensive, I mean, seriously, my note document is about 14 pages long. Let's
Dog's
do
gonna
our
be hanging out while you do your notes.
yeah.
Make a
Let's
sandwich, have a nap.
yeah. Let's dive into our initial recommendations. So, I'm going to partially recommend this story.
I am not going to recommend this story.
Fair.
Uh-huh.
And gamer,
What?
your recommendation?
What do you think?
No.
Why would you think that? I fully recommend this story.
For reals though.
Yeah, on to the rundown.
Really? Hang on. Seriously?
This isn't a bit. Yeah.
Oh. Okay. Well,
I just had to amp it up. I had to build it.
Well, let's hang on a second. I just need to take a moment.
Okay.
All right. Okay, well let's dive into the rundown then, shall we?
Mhm.
So I'm gonna preface this rundown. It's skimmed, like it's paraphrased.
And why is it
the
skimmed?
plot.
For those at
Because-
home who aren't aware.
Because this story clocks in at about 57 pages on Google Docs when I pulled it in.
Thanks. Just had to put a thanks right there on recording. That's all.
Yeah. Okay. Fair. Yeah. This has been about 2 weeks in the making. This or 2 weeks in the reading for this story. Just like, so we had enough time to like read through the story and get our notes together and such for it. So
And also have lives.
yeah, exactly.
Those
Yeah,
things.
yeah. Some things got busy. Some things happened. So,
Mhm.
but yeah, let's dive into the rundown then. So Tom, who's in college with a bunch of friends and an avid gamer, specifically those revolving around Sonic, finds a mysterious Sonic game on a CD sent to him in a package by his best friend Kyle, who is later found dead in his own dorm room, just as mysteriously. Turns out there is a killer on campus, and the two leading detectives of the case, Derek and Sarah Green, a brother and sister duo, deputize Tom to help them catch the killer. The detectives also believe that there may be a cult involved in the killings, but they have no hard evidence for it. Yes?
Is Sarah a detective? I don't think it is just the sister.
She's only referenced as the sister of Derek, but like they are detecting. They are a detective duo.
Case.
Yeah, so they're taking on the case. So therefore, okay.
Then again,
But it's
Tom
not
is also working on the
mentioned.
case.
Okay, well, fine. Detective, yeah, Derek is the detective. Sarah is his sister that's helping him.
Yes.
Regardless, also she like later on the story does get evidence from the evidence area, so like she's got some access to the police station. But
I had a feeling the whole time that she actually works as an investigator as well.
Exactly, yeah. Regardless, getting back to the story, the victims all look incredibly pale. Their eyes are blank. Their jaws are ripped wide open with blood, and their gullet has been ruptured. Like their throat and like esophagus area has just been like ruptured like horribly. And all of their computers or laptops that they had in the vicinity have cracked screens, and the batteries are drained or burnt out. So that's kind of the MO of the killer so far. As the body count starts to tick up, Tom checks out this mysterious game, which is some kind of modded or hacked 3D Sonic game with a strange Sonic-like creature that wants to play hide and seek with the player's chosen character, which seems to be all any or all Sonic characters throughout like the comics, the games, the animated shows and such. But when they are caught, the not Sonic tortures and kills them graphically. Tom decides to show his friends this, putting it on a projector in a classroom after hours. And things get really weird here when not Sonic almost reaches out of the screen to get Tom and his friends, threatening to steal their souls.
Should we just call him Nonic?
Nonic, yes.
I didn't actually get a name for him. Like,
I mean, technically, there is a name in the store or in the story. He is apparently X, like just.
Oh yeah,
yeah, because
Sonic.EXE.
Yeah. Oh my. Moving on. Fortunately, they managed to turn off the game in time and then start questioning what the fuck just happened, which reasonable. Doing some digging around in the library and like on the computer, Tom discovers a theory regarding the weight of a soul and corroborates this with Detective Green that the victims so far were all slightly lighter than when they were alive. Exactly the weight of a soul, according to the theory, 21 grams. Tom and his friends then discover that another friend of theirs, Alana, is missing and go looking for her. Eventually, finding their way to a computer lab in the campus or on campus, where the Nonic comes through a rift in reality and holding Alana in one hand and zapping the power from the computers it passes, reveals that it wants to take all human souls back to its world and play with them. Nonic doesn't believe he's killing people because the souls can't die, which is what it takes back, which is what it's been taking from the human bodies, as it illustrates with Alana in gory fashion. When its maw opens up in horrible, like gruesome fashion, arms begin like kind of wrenching out of the mouth, and then like basically start pulling Alana's soul from her throat, as it kind of seems to like show its truer form in this instance. The gang escapes, but as they manage to alert the campus that the killer is inside and try to spark an evacuation of the school, the cult seems to have gone and blocked all the exits to the school, locking everybody inside. Nonic then begins taking the souls from everyone on campus, including all of Tom's friends. Tom manages to survive a little while and warn Detective Green, but after hiding out till the next day, discovers that they are the only ones left alive and trapped inside the school. Tom flees to his dorm room where he destroys his computer, thinking it might help like stop Nonic from like getting back into our world or like keeping him trapped in ours. But then Nonic arrives to take his soul. and Tom realizes that if he kills himself, Sonic can't get his soul. And it's kind of left a little vague as to whether the monster got his soul in time before Tom plunged a knife into his throat.
It's pretty clear.
Yeah, I mean, well, it kind of left it off like it's like no, and then like the thing went through, and then like afterward in the aftermath, Tom's body was found along with everybody else on the campus, and his body, like while he had like a clear stab wound to the throat, his he also had the same kind of like signs that like his jaw had been like wrenched open in gory fashion, and so it's kind of left up in the air if or not he was actually like successful in like removing himself from the equation, or if Sonic got him. So yeah, back to that aftermath. Yeah, an entire college of people are murdered. The cult has gone.
Not the entire one, because like most of them weren't showing up.
Yeah, that's true. Like basically but like still a sizable amount of people.
Yes,
were killed in a camp. It's probably the worst college like massacre in history.
Probably like between like a third or a half of the entire population. Yeah.
So and there's no clear evidence as to like who done it. The cult has gone into hiding and the monster's gone. Derek Green is in a bar now, or at least at the time at the end of the story. But kind of moping over a glass of alcohol. But Sarah arrives to reveal that they have a lead to stop the cult and head off, but not before being trailed by a presumed cult member. Finn? Question mark?
It's pretty blatantly obvious that they're a cult member.
It was very like really like a large handlebar mustache kind of thing, like fedora, like trench coat.
I don't think it's the look. I think it's them saying that they work for the cult of X.
Okay, there's that too. Yeah,
their dialogue that straight up says, "I work with them." Yes.
Yeah,
that is what I do.
Yeah. That's true. It's like for X.
They got the paper.
Fair. Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. But yeah, that's the end of Sonic.EXE, the remake. Or at least our rundown of it. So let us dive into everyone tolerates the Grammar Inquisitions at this point. Yeah. So this story is done in chapters.
Uh-huh.
So I did mention to you guys before recording that like maybe we should do our notes in chapter by chapter. Did you guys follow through with that, or did you guys ignore me?
What do you think?
You ignored me, didn't you?
Why would you immediately assume the most negative thing?
Because it's you guys.
Wow. Should I just leave?
No.
But no, I obviously did it in chapters because
it seemed obvious.
Huge.
Yeah. Mikey, did
I
you?
also did it in chapters, yes.
Okay, thank God. We're all on the same page. Holy shit. 9 years. We're finally all on the same page for note taking. Oh, man. Okay, I'm going to start with this, with the prologue. Yet, in spite all of this, we still exist. So I think it's supposed to be in spite of all of this. Like just because it's missing the of. Or the second of for that line.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. And then my next one actually goes into chapter 1. But Tom always personally thought it was Kyle's way of being adventurous and had even poked fun of his reckless time to time. Or his recklessness time to time. So I think it just needs a comma going after recklessness. So because like the way I was reading that, it was like, and had even poked fun of his recklessness time to time. Like it doesn't allow you to stop. There needs to be a pause there.
Because it might be referring to like a time where he was reckless, his recklessness time.
Or from time to time. Like he's poked fun at his recklessness.
Yes, but if you split it apart, then you can't confuse it as thinking that there is times that he's reckless and there's times that he's not.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
And my next one here. He thought about what to say when he texted Kyle. Wondered if Kyle will finally respond to him. Welcome to my tense talk. I think it should be would rather than will. So like wondered if Kyle would finally respond to him.
Yeah.
And then my next one here. After that, the beep indicating that you could leave your message. I think it should have been, again, this is a tense talk thing. Indicated that you could leave your message.
Mm-hmm.
And that is the end of my chapter 1. But before we get too far ahead, Mikey, do you have anything for the prologue in chapter 1?
I have stuff for chapter 1.
Okay.
For 3 weeks, Kyle hadn't spoken to him, and now he wanted to play this game disc that most likely couldn't even do anything. I feel like there's a missing word there, like most likely didn't work.
I think it's
Or
supposed
didn't and couldn't do anything, as in saying it didn't work and it couldn't work. But yeah, work needs something.
No, hang on, yeah, because I remember reading that, and like the way I understood it was like I need to find that. Where's that? Is that the very end of the story or the end of the chapter?
I don't know.
Shit. Because I do remember like the way I read that initially, it was like
it doesn't say anything about the work. It says for 3 weeks Kyle hadn't spoken to him, and now he wanted him to play this game disc that most likely didn't and couldn't even do anything. Okay, so yeah. The do anything is the replacement of work.
Yeah.
So saying that it most likely didn't work and couldn't do anything, like that is sort of doubling down on the same.
But there's no and there. It's just didn't, comma, couldn't.
I think it needed to be a dot. I think it needed ellipses, honestly, because like the way I read it, it was like didn't or wouldn't work or wouldn't do anything. Like it was.
Even then, you still put in or, so it needs something.
Oh, that's true. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Fair. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah,
so I think the or. Yeah.
Yeah. Either a work, or as Gamer said, and, or as Kulta said, or.
Yes. Everybody got that?
All right. Not speaking to him or anyone else for that matter for weeks, and now this. I feel like this needs another comma.
Yeah, like for that matter, or like, and then comma, and then or weeks, maybe
4 weeks. Well, yeah.
4 weeks. Yeah.
Yeah. It's just there's only one comma after weeks, so it's anyone else for that matter for weeks. There's no comma to break it up.
Yeah.
And then next we have Tom had thought about going around campus to ask if anybody who knew Kyle noticed if he was being strange 3 weeks prior, but he decided against it as he began to consider the possibility of getting no leads out of it. Kyle wasn't exactly Mr. Popular in college.
Little run on.
Bit of a run on, yeah, and should have been broken up. At least a little bit, because he's going on about how he wants to. He was thinking about talking to someone to see if someone had been strange 3 weeks prior, but then deciding against it because who remembers things from 3 weeks ago?
Yeah, seriously.
So it needs to be cut up a bit. Like, he doesn't even need to mention that the possibility of getting no leads out of it, so we could just have Tom had thought about going around campus to ask if anybody knew Kyle. That's a weird person. Anybody who knew Kyle noticed.
To ask anyone who knew Kyle if they noticed.
Yeah.
If they noticed he was being strange prior, but decided against it.
Yeah.
Period.
he talked himself down in play.
I could do this, but effort.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. And that's the end of my Grammar Inquisition.
Okay.
For chapter 1.
Yeah. All right, Gamer.
Okay. Tom had just returned to his dorm room, where he lived alone, after finishing up his lessons for the day. I kind of feel like this would flow better if it was all switched around. Otherwise, it kind of makes it sound like he lives there all alone. like only after finishing his day,
Yeah.
because the finishing the day is directly connected to the alone part. But if it's flipped around, the whole thing, it would be like after finishing up his lessons for the day, Tom had just returned to his dorm room where he lived alone.
Yeah, I would have also gone with like Tom had just returned from his dorm room after finishing up his lessons for the day. Yeah, I guess it makes better sense with like the Tom part, and then where he lived alone like together. So yeah, I think yours is a better change. Yeah, less retooling. Sorry.
Yep. Next is like a weird paragraph jump. At the end of one paragraph, it says, "I'm going to go to his place tomorrow to see what's up." Good idea, Mike explained. If he hasn't been responding to your calls, then he should at least give you a good reason for it face to face. Then it jumps to the next paragraph. Right. Tom then picked up the phone to order the pizza for him and the guys. Like, it's the same scene, but it's jumping paragraphs.
Yeah.
Which is something that happens like a lot in this story. Like, I stopped counting.
Yeah. There's a couple things in the story where I just like.
It kind of seems like when they were writing, when they get to a certain word count, they just jump down to the next paragraph, regardless whether or not it flows better. Where personally, for me, I feel like you should keep it all together when it's the same scene, or like at least the same thing is being talked about.
Indeed.
And this one, did something happen to Kyle? No, that couldn't be the case. If he was found in a ditch somewhere, it could have at least hit the news. I feel like that should be, it would have at least hit the news, not because he's saying like, no, if that happened, it definitely would be on the news, instead of like it might be on the news.
Or it
but
could
the way
have.
That he's saying it sounds more definite.
Yeah. Yeah, it would have hit the news suggests that like he's like that's how it works, right? Like that kind of speculation.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, next one. This is when the detective goes to Tom's dorm room to question him a little bit about it. And it says, Tom was growing more worried and confused. Almost 3 weeks, sir. Then it ends the quote there. Then there's words right after that says, listen, what's going on? And then there's a single quote. So it's almost like the whole thing. But him saying, listen, what's going on? That is actually Tom saying that. So that middle quote doesn't need to be there. It should just be the one line.
Yeah, that's really weird.
Because the way that the writing of this is, it almost seemed like it was swapping to Detective Green saying that.
Yeah. Yeah, it was.
Which isn't the case.
Yeah, no, not 100%. Also, like, just I'm gonna bring it up now because like it pops up a little bit later in my grammar inquisition, but I really hate how the dialogue is structured in this. Like just
I have a later note on that too.
Yeah, like just smushed together and not like take a space down every time it happens. Like
that being said, the scroll bar would be 3 times as long.
But it wouldn't matter. It would still be like it would be just as fine because it would be like they'd be quick dialogue bits. So
it'd be easier to read. Yes.
Yeah.
I agree. But I shall move on.
Okay.
Yeah, this is another quote that transcends paragraphs. I don't think I do this too much. I'm just going to do this other time now. As he did so, he continued to speak to Tom. We had a call not too long ago today about an unsanitary odor going on at dorm room 231 at Kyle Scott's dorm room. That it jumps out of the next paragraph. The door was locked from the inside, so somebody had to bust it down to see what was causing the smell. Like, again, that's the same sort of thing as before, where he's in the middle of talking to Tom and it's jumping into a paragraph. Technically, like, maybe at this part, it's like it jumping into a new paragraph is like a new scene. Like, they started walking, and then the camera shifted to them walking down the stairs, and then he's saying this new quote. Like, maybe that's what's trying to emulate. Like, it's a slight shift in perspective every time.
Maybe. I don't. It just kind of seemed like this. Either this is like maybe this was an error during this when like from the website when it was structuring, or like the author's just afraid of very long dialogue, like monologues. So they cut it and then like have it continue in the next paragraph.
Yes, but when you do that, you can save it. If the start of the next paragraph started with as they went down the stairs, he continued, the door was locked from the inside, blah, 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 blah. So, like, you at least give something visual different to the previous scene. So there's a reason to jump it down.
Yeah.
if like your scene's going on for ages and you have a huge wall of text and you want to break it up, right?
Yeah, because you're developing the scene. You're giving the audience a more of a visual of like visual construction of the scene in their minds.
Sure.
Yeah.
And that is the end of chapter 1 for me.
Okay. On to chapter 2.
No, we're on to chapter 1 notes. Oh no, chapter. Yeah, sorry. Yes, you're right. I.
It's fine.
This is fine. Sitting in a room of fire. Please continue.
Okay. Just like Tails.
Yep.
I should have read the signs the minute he stopped responded to my calls. I know this is dialogue, and emotionally stressed at that, but it should be the minute he stopped responding to my calls. Yeah.
I mean, if this was part of the scene where like he's flustered or whatever,
yeah,
then I can see him slipping up, and that'd be fine. But yes, I also agree.
Yeah, and then this next one here. He had asked Kyle if he wanted to watch a movie with him at his dorm room, but Kyle declined, saying that he wanted to try this new video game he bought online. I remember asking him if he wanted to see a movie with me after a party, but he said no, and that he wanted to try out some new game he got off eBay or something. But that was it, really. After that, I haven't seen him in 3 weeks. I feel like this could have simply been the dialogue that he tells the detective rather than repeating the information he recollects twice.
Or repeats it once.
He recollects it and then repeats the same thing in dialogue. It's like, we just need the dialogue then.
Yeah. The only way that this sort of thing would work is if it's like him remembering what's happening. And then when it cuts to the dialogue, he says something different to prove that he's lying to him. But he says the same thing. So, yeah.
Yeah, he like I could have been like if he was like trying to conceal something, but like no, he says the exact same fucking thing.
Yeah.
Yeah. And that's the end of my chapter 2. So, Mikey.
Right. He still couldn't well register what he had seen, what felt like minutes ago. So the well doesn't make sense in there.
It kind of does, but it doesn't need to be there. Like he couldn't well recognize. Like he couldn't. Like,
I don't like the wording of it, to be honest.
Yeah, it is kind of odd. Like the rest of it is bad. So
for me, also, I changed the end to just a few minutes ago because I didn't like the feel of what felt like minutes ago.
Yeah,
for some reason.
Yeah.
Sorry, it's specifically he had seen what felt like minutes ago compared to he had seen just a few moments ago or minutes ago.
Yeah.
It kind of
that makes more sense. And then the next one, he felt his eyes welling up, his voice breaking. I would have said he felt tears welling up in his eyes.
I mean,
bulging out of his head.
I mean, welling, like he could feel his eyes welling up. Like that is a phrase when it comes to crying. Like you don't need to necessarily say that the tears are welling up. Like, but yeah, okay, fine. I'm being pedantic on this.
Yeah.
Based on Google, you are wrong.
All right. Well, fair enough.
And Google knows everything.
Yes, clearly. Yeah. Just like Wikipedia is a reliable source of information.
Yeah.
How can a million college students be wrong?
Next one here. A job much easier said than done, clearly, if they still had no leads. However, Tom felt he could trust Detective Green on this. So I feel it needs a comma after done. So, a job much easier said than done, clearly, if they still had no leads. However, Tom felt he could trust Detective Green on this.
Yeah.
All right. And then my next one here. Tom had already concluded that the X marked CD disc Kyle had sent him was the very same game he had bought before his disappearance. Though why he sent it to Tom before his death, Tom couldn't well figure out. So it's a bit long, and that well at the end I
I
didn't
really
like.
don't like that well. Like
Yeah.
I kind of like it, but like that's fine. That's
I don't blame you.
it's like well
You could just say you
I very
couldn't
well
figure
couldn't.
out.
Yeah, but it's definitely like an affectation of like the person like who's writing. It's like, well, I very well couldn't do this thing.
Yeah, but even
Yeah.
you doing that, you started going into an old timey accent,
Exactly, and
which makes it
that's
sound like it's a ye olden time thing. Meanwhile, we're talking
Or-
about a kid that's modern day in college.
or they're just really English.
Yeah, I don't know about that.
Yeah, I couldn't
I think
well
it would work better if
defeat
the
the
well was
man.
at the end,
Yeah.
so he couldn't figure it out well.
Yeah, maybe I don't know. I'll stop poking fun at it. It's just like yeah.
All right, and that's my end of my chapter 2.
Gamer.
Okay. As he, Sarah, and Tom got out of their chairs, Derek handed Tom a piece of paper. I feel like it needs a comma to break it up a little bit, specifically between chairs and Derek.
Yeah.
So
Wait, it
as
doesn't?
Sarah, and Tom get out of their chairs, Derek handed Tom a piece of paper. Instead of getting out of their chairs, Derek.
Chairs, Derek.
Yeah.
My favorite IKEA furniture.
Oh, you got
Chairs.
the chairs, Derek?
Yeah, I love the chairs, Derek. I'm sitting on a chairs, Derek, right now.
Wow.
Anyway.
Mhm.
Yeah.
And this next one is actually just me saying that the dialogue should be broken up with someone says hi, someone says something, then describes what they're doing, then jump down to the next line with someone else.
Like it is for the most part it's understandable, but there's definitely like it would be so much easier to like read if it was just like every different like different piece of dialogue from a different character was just like the next line down. Like
yes.
because it does like cause a lot of flubs or like a lot of like you're having to like work a little bit more at it to like figure out who's talking.
I was dealing with it until this point, but then I read this quote and I'm like, I have to write this down. This is a problem. So
Yeah,
I'm just going to read this as
Yeah.
it is.
Yep.
And
let you, the viewer, decide.
Yeah, or maybe I'm just dumb and I don't get it. But I eventually understood, but in first reading, it was a little bit of a struggle. So here's a quote. Hey, Roger spoke, putting a hand on Tom's shoulder. You all right, man? Probably dumb of me to ask, but you're still upset about what happened to Kyle? Mike asked. Tom merely nodded. Yeah, I say we all are, Roger replied. See?
Yeah, no, I like because I'm like, well, I'm like, I didn't have the story in front of me, but like I was like watching that like because it was all one sentence. Like first it's like the one guy, then it's like then you thought it was the guy just continuing, but no, it's this dude. It's like, oh, okay,
Yeah,
this guy's
and
talking.
it happens
talking.
like twice.
Yeah, it's like it's because it does it like it says who's talking on the front of the dialogue, and then a new dialogue happens, and then we get the person who's talking after that. So like we have to like, and it's really squished together, so it's hard to tell when the quote ends and when the next one begins because they one ends and then immediately starts with another quote. So
yeah, when you have quotes touching each other from different people talking, it's hard to know because like you start reading the next line, it's like, okay, what voice am I using? I don't know who's saying this.
Yeah.
Because like when it went, hey, Roger spoke, putting his hand on Tom's shoulder. Are you all right, man? That made sense because the hey could have been ellipsed out because he's continuing. So that's Roger saying that.
Yeah.
But then it jumps into saying probably done with me to ask, but he's still upset about what happened to Kyle. So was that Tom saying that? But no, that was Mike saying that.
Or that could have also been like Roger or the first guy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes, having it down would help though.
Yeah.
And that's the end of chapter 2 grammar.
All right. On to chapter 3. Tom stared at the icon. The way it looked on the desktop looks more like a tiny black cracked fissure in the form of an X. Maybe replace replace the so like the way it looked, or no, the way it looked on the desktop looks more like a tiny blah blah blah. Maybe replace that looks with was, because right now it's also wrong tense. But you also don't want to have like the way it looked on the desktop looked more like you don't want to have like double looked. So like maybe
Yeah.
change it to a was more like a tiny black cracked fisher.
Yeah, variety in your descriptors is always handy.
Yeah. So my next one here, it was pretty good attempt, but Tom couldn't shake the feeling that there was something wrong with the way it sounded. The playfulness of the voice didn't really help neither. I think it should have it was a pretty good attempt. And I'm kind of on the fence as to whether neither should be either.
Yeah.
Like it didn't really help neither, like or neither. But I think it should be. It really didn't help either.
That makes sense.
Yeah. And then the next one here, Tails was in a city, one completely devoid of life, and appeared to be somewhat in ruins, giving off a kind of dystonian kind of feel to the whole overall place. That needs to be dystopian kind of feel.
Are you sure? Because dystonia is the thing. It's a
Is
neurological
dystonia a
movement
thing?
disorder.
Really?
Yeah, dystonia is a neurological movement disorder, apparently.
I don't think that's supposed to be it then.
Yeah, I don't think the city has that.
No, I think it's supposed to be dystopian, like dystopic. Yeah,
for sure. Also, like when I got to this point, and it's like when I got here, it was like, wow, we're finally at the game, and that's great. But there's still so much more on the scroll bar at this point.
Oh my god, you have no idea.
And then like, there's this whole city he's gonna explore. Like,
yeah.
Man. But I was like, nah, like I have to keep moving on, and guess what lies ahead? Only one way to find out. Must keep on moving ahead. No time for guessing, follow my plan instead. Trust me in what you can't see. Take my lead and I'll set you free. Follow me, set me free. Trust me and we will escape from the city. I'll make it through. Follow me. Okay, you're next.
Wow. Yeah. Is that a Sonic song?
Yeah, it's a Sonic song. It's City Escape.
Oh my god. I like. Wow. Okay, moving on.
Yeah. It's the one from the Game Grumps animated one.
That explains it. Okay. If anything, it seemed like he was looping back to the same district, the same buildings. The further tried to go away from them. I think it needs to be the same buildings. The same buildings. The further he tried to go away from them.
Yeah.
Hang on, I'm like trying to say the same buildings. The further he tried to go away from. Yeah, okay. I was kind of getting caught on like the same buildings. The further. Yeah, okay. I think it just needs to be have that he tried to get away from or to go away from. But I'll move on to the next one. By the time Tails had entered the district that had plaza in it, the fountain being dry and one building nearby bent and on the verge of collapse, Tom had seen something nearby. So I think you need to remove that the second "the" at the beginning there, like by the time Tails had entered the district.
Maybe he was worried and he's stuttering.
Maybe.
Probably not.
No.
I
the district
missed that. I read right over that.
There's a couple of times where there's double things. But yeah, so by the time Tails had entered the district that had a plaza in it, that had
plaza.
Yeah.
Or maybe
that's where the thought goes.
If it just had pizza in it instead of plaza, that would make sense.
Or maybe the that was at the beginning need to be had the plaza in it.
That's true. Yeah, he had the right amount. They were just put in the wrong spot. Yeah.
Yeah. So either add an a or add a the, and then remove that second the from the beginning of the story. Yeah. Next one. Sonic's eyes were normally green and conjoined together in every game he was in. And from what Tom had seen, this Sonic's eyes were split apart, like Tails' eyes, with the irises being pitch black instead, like classic Sonic. Oh god, it's the original design of movie Sonic.
It kind of is.
It kind of is. But
he's got the blue arms even.
Yeah, I know, and has no doesn't have gloves or shoes. So it is just like, and
It's
now
Ugly Sonic.
it's Ugly Sonic from the original movie concept.
I'm assuming this was written after, or sorry, before.
Um, I forgot to check. I know this was pulled from Wayback Machine, like from 2017, I think. So maybe
2020 is what it says.
Oh, 2020. Okay, then yeah. That's where like the where the Wayback Machine like archived it. Unfortunately, you can't go into the history of the website. Like it doesn't. They didn't archive the history page.
Yeah,
For
so
this
that
story,
isn't necessarily when it was dropped. Yeah.
Yeah. I did try looking for that because I was curious. Like, when did this come out?
It'd be so good if it came out before though, and it's just
Yeah.
Ugly Sonic.
It's just Ugly Sonic. Ugly Sonic was inspired by Sonic.EXE.
I mean,
have
I
you
wouldn't be
seen?
surprised.
Well, did you ever see there? Okay, quick aside. Did you ever see somebody tried like took the original like Sonic trailer and like tweaked it and like photoshopped or like shopped it in like After Effects and stuff like that to make it Sonic.exe the
Oh,
movie?
really?
Yeah.
Nice.
So yeah, I saw like back when the first Sonic movie was coming out, I saw like somebody tried to make like customize the trailer to be Sonic.exe. So, but moving on, the actual thing here, like there wasn't me just commenting about movie Sonic.
Okay.
I think at the end of that sentence, it's supposed to say like, so the Sonic's eyes were split apart like Tails' eyes, but with the irises pitch black instead, unlike classic Sonic, right? Because as it is, it's like they were with the irises being pitch black. Oh, unless it means the iris as like or pitch black like the classic cartoon
Yeah, because
Sonic.
classic.
Oh
cartoon
shit,
Sonic
my bad.
From like the Genesis, just has white eyes with black dots.
Damn it. All right. Well, I'm not going to remove this one, but this flub.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. My bad. I'll move on. Sorry. Tom immediately made Tails run from the creature as it continued to transform. As he did so, he saw the look of terror on Tails' own face. I kind of wish it had said Tom immediately turned Tails and ran from the creature.
Joking
Joking
like turning tails.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, turn tail and run, or turn tails and run. Joking aside, I also think it should have said, and as he did so, he saw the look of terror on Tails' own face. Because as it is, it's like they turn run from the creature as it continued to transform, comma, as he did so, he saw the look of terror on Tails' own face. So I kind of just wish there had been an and before the as.
Yeah, but I could take it or leave it, but it works with for sure.
Okay, cool. Next one here. As Tom moved the camera to observe the inferno all around him, he could see the trauma and despair on Tails' face. Refusing to come more toward the flames, no matter how much Tom made him move. So first off, this doesn't really come through with my the pronunciation, but despair is supposed to have an E instead of an I at the beginning of it. So, and in the story, it's just like it's DISPAIR, and despair is supposed to be DESPAIR. So, also
wrong with that, but I didn't bother to look it up.
Fair. Also, I kind of wanted to say despair on Tails' face, and then refusing to move closer to the flames rather than refusing to come more forward the fire.
Yeah, it does seem
more forward the flames. Yeah, because the way it is like refusing to come more forward the flames, no matter how much Tom made. Like, okay, yeah, just needs to move closer to the flames rather than
Yeah.
And my next one, the eyes are now just tiny black pinprick dots, and the smile was just a wide black curved line, like someone had drawn it on there with a marker or crayon. Welcome to my tense talk. The eyes were now just tiny pinprick dots. Just to kind of make it so that this is being recalled to us from the past, technically, or in past tense. And the next one here, Tom would have perceived it. Tom would have perceived it as harmless if not for the overwhelming terror he had been experiencing thus far, and could see Tails was on the verge of tears as he cowered before the strange being. So, perceived is spelled wrong. The way it's spelled in the story, it's PERCIEVED, and the way perceived is supposed to be it's PERCEIVED.
Yeah, the damn EIs and IEs.
Yeah. Which did catch me off because I always go by the rhyme. It's like I before E except after C.
I was just gonna say that, but this is just after C. So
yeah. So like that's my go-to rhyme for like figuring out which one it is.
What? That's only like
Wait, is it I before E except after C or I before E except after Z?
It's C.
C.
Okay, good.
And except in words like neighbor and way.
Yeah, it's English, man. It's complicated. We're not necessarily experts, but like we're doing the best we can. But I'll move on to the next one. Tom saw Tails shake his head no desperately, and he could see Tails was trying to form words himself, but was too scared to speak. So when I first read this, I thought it was supposed to say Tom saw Tails shake his head now desperately. But now that I'm reading it again, I'm realizing that it's like Tom saw Tails shake his head no desperately. And the way it's in there, it kind of like maybe there should be quotes around no so that you know that he's shaking his head no.
Yeah.
Or maybe even like capitalized no.
An actual word.
Yeah. Or maybe even like capitalized no, like all caps no. But yeah.
Yeah, I guess you just have to do something, I guess. Yeah.
Yeah. I just because like the way I was reading it, I was like not getting it until I just read it now for the show, and I was like, oh, that's supposed to be no, not a different word. But I'll move on. He watched his Tail's yellow fur begin to blacken and burn, his eyes become bloodshot, his neck bleeding more as he screamed in agony and terror. So, Tenstock, he watched as Tail's yellow fur began to blacken and burn. Welcome to my Tenstock, and that is the end of my grammar inquisition for chapter 3.
Also, Mikey. I was going to bring up how Tails isn't technically yellow. He's more like an amber color, but he's not orange. He's more yellow than orange.
Yeah.
So I let it slide. And yet I brought it up here now anyway.
And now, yeah. Mikey, your chapter 3 grammar inquisitions.
I'm good.
Okay. Gamer.
I'm bad. Here we go.
Damn it.
I do have a lot here. All right, so we're in chapter 3, right?
Yeah.
Making sure, because I have to do a lot of scrolling. Okay. Sonic.EXE? Tom read the name again to see if it was correct. He felt a small twinge of disbelief creeping up within himself. Really? The quote-unquote really wonderful, never-before-seen video game Kyle had found and spent weeks playing before he died was a Sonic the Hedgehog game? Tom felt his anger rising, but he suppressed it. He couldn't bring himself to curse his friend for such stupidity. And who knows, new paragraph, maybe Tom was being too quick to judge the game ellipses. So, new paragraph jump.
Yeah.
Obviously, but first off, why is Tom being so judgmental here? Like, Tom himself is a Sonic fanboy, and he's judging Kyle for getting a Sonic game.
Well, it is established that like early on that like he prefers the official Sonic material and not all those like hacked things from online.
I guess, yeah.
Also, that is an actual thought more than a grammar thing.
Yes, I know it is.
Yeah.
But the main grammar part is.
Yeah, that's
but
true.
Also, the quotes in this are kind of weird because like there's him quoting, saying Sonic.EXE, like he says it out loud. He read the name again, blah, blah, blah. Disbelief creeping up within himself. Then there's a colon, and then it says, really? The quote-unquote wonderful, never-before-seen game. Like, I guess that's him thinking about it again.
Yeah.
Although, long story short, there is descriptors and there's thoughts, but they're not separated. They're separated here by a colon, which I only just noticed now, to be perfectly honest.
Yeah, it's kind of weird. That's very odd.
So if there was some
Yes.
separation, like even if it's italics, I'll take italics over nothing. I'll say that. And then we move on to the splash screen of like turning the game on. Well, actually, I don't even know if this is a grammar thing or not, but fuck it, I'm here. The black screen changed as soon as the song ended. Tom saw on the screen a background of a sunny blue sky with white clouds floating by slowly to the left. On the center, in front of the clouds, was the title Sonic in the familiar title text in most Sonic titles. The captions, press enter, flashing below it. So, there's nothing here that actually describes the graphics fidelity at all.
Yeah.
I've read Sonic.EXE. I've seen games made about it
Mhm.
and all that. They're always in a 2D Genesis style. So I went in assuming that.
Yes.
But without any clarification up front, I assumed this is just Genesis style. However, it's not.
No. But it does
Even though
tell you.
it takes paragraphs down the line to figure that out.
Yeah, because it does eventually get there, and like, I mean, it is the menu of the game, so like that could be just like classic Sonic, and then it goes into the actual like character select, and then you find out, oh no, it's more like, yeah,
it doesn't say.
That's true. It does say eventually, but it does take a while.
Yeah, but in what you're just saying, the original could be Genesis style. That could be true, but it doesn't say that it is. So after reading paragraphs down into the actual gameplay, when we see the visuals, then I had to rebuild what I just saw before, where you can actually lead with the way it's supposed to be. Because this going into this, not knowing from the splash screen, this could be 16-bit like it was on the Genesis, which I originally assumed. Could be 3D, like early 3D like Dreamcast, or a higher quality 3D like a modern game, which it eventually does. Or this could be hyper realistic for all I know. It could literally look like anything.
Yeah.
But because it doesn't say, it kind of bugged me. But the clarification up front would be like a line saying, Tom saw on the screen a well-rendered 3D background of a sunny blue sky. That makes it sound like, okay, this is nicely done, but it's not stupidly realistic, you know? It's possible. It's not weird at this point.
Yeah, fair.
And then that would set up the rest of the game so you know it's not pixel graphics, you know?
Yeah. Unless the menu, like, unless it's set, like it goes in to say like, oh, it is like the original games, like pixel graphics, and then it goes into a 3D game after that.
If it does that, fine. But
yeah,
tell
but
me,
it does need to tell you.
If the intro is 3D rendered and nice, fine. You hit enter, then it goes into the character select screen and it's Genesis style. Say it's Genesis style.
Mm-hmm.
I'm fine with it jumping. I just want to know what I'm looking at.
Fair.
And speaking of the character select screen, it doesn't say. I'll move on. The only true correction would be to tell me what it was before. But then we'll move on to the gameplay. Basically, like, even with the clarification that does give with the gameplay, I was still a little confused up front, but I assumed pretty early what it was. It says, the screen faded as Tom saw he was playing as Tails. Tom looked at the screen in confusion. Didn't he just pick Silver to play as? Why was he playing as Tails instead? Already, this game was giving off very weird vibes for Tom, but his curiosity remained steady. The game's graphics were 3D and looked very good too, though Tom couldn't tell if the graphics quality was similar to that of Sonic Unleashed or Sonic Generations. Okay, great. That gives some clarification finally. It refers to a era of Sonic games, but like it could be like a game that was revealed exactly 1 week ago today of this recording at Summer Games Fest 2023. A new game coming out called Sonic Superstars, which is a 2D side-scrolling co-op Sonic game, but it's all 3D rendered. So this could still be a side-scroller, but 3D. It says it's a 3D game, but that 2D side-scrolling 3D game is a 3D game still, right?
I think you're getting a little caught in the weeds.
No, okay. What you're thinking of is called 2.5D.
Yeah.
It's not. 2.5D can be a 2D pixel. It could be pixel graphics that just let you jump into the back, like one of those Mario games that do that. I forget. Shit, I can't remember off the top of my head. But that's what 2.5D. It's giving the illusion of depth when there really isn't, because the entire game is actually 2D pixel graphics. A side-scrolling 3D rendered game is a 2.5 gameplay style movement, but the game itself is rendered 3D. So it's both, I guess. But regardless, like I said before, it references Sonic Unleashed and Sonic Generations, which are 3D behind the character move around action games. So I immediately went to that. But there really isn't a word to clarify that. I guess third-person action game?
Yeah.
If it said it like that? Yeah. Like I started controlling
third-person
Tails,
platformer.
moving the camera. This is a 3D action game, like a third-person action game like Sonic Unleashed. Blah, blah, blah. You okay?
I had my browser covering the chat the
I got you. I was waiting for that to show up on recording. For those at home, I found a creepy, ugly Sonic picture zoomed up uncomfortably close to his face and just dropped it casually in the Discord.
Oh God. That's haunting.
That was so good.
All right.
Okay.
Continue. Yeah, hurry up.
Okay. But yeah. Considering it's a side scroller and all that, like, even when it starts talking about him exploring the city and stuff later on, that still could be like maybe it's a Metroidvania kind of game where you're like jumping around platforms, still exploring a city. It being just saying 3D isn't really enough. So if it was 3D, third person 3D game like Sonic Generations, blah blah blah, then that would be good.
Yeah. You wanted more detail. Strangely enough, this story that has a lot of really minute detail needs more details.
It needs
in where it's appropriate.
Random detail and more specific detail.
Yeah, like where it's appropriate.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
But I will move on. The way it all looked reminded him of the third segment of Speed Highway from Sonic Adventure, except made far more bigger, more open, and, of course, decrepit. I feel like the more is not necessary, so it'd be except made far bigger instead of far more bigger.
Yeah.
So far bigger, more open, and then the decrepit part. I didn't like how it said, and of course, decrepit.
Well, because it mentioned earlier that it was like dystopic, like ruins and stuff. So, or
yes, yeah, but I just didn't like the orientation of it. The way that I rewrote it is Speed Highway from Sonic Adventure, except made far bigger, more open, decrepit, of course, and silent with no music.
Oh, okay.
I flipped it around. It just kind of felt better to me personally, but that's just me.
Fair.
And then we get on to... Okay, so that was gameplay. This is back to the intro screen when he like presses enter and then the Sonic voice talks to him.
Mm-hmm.
Tom pressed enter as instructed, and the title faded into the sky background with a computerized blip sound. Then a voice spoke up. Tom had jumped, startled from how sudden the voice came from the computer. And then it goes on to describe the voice and blah, 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 blah. Personally, at first, I didn't really like the flow of this because it's not normal. Like, normally you'd get the voice dialogue up front, then give descriptors. That's usually how you would be doing these things. Mm-hmm. But then I got to thinking, because like when it goes on to describe the voice, it does it for like 2 or 3 sentences. So like it takes a while before you actually get to hearing what the voice said. But because of that, you get a very clear description of what the voice is going to say before it even says anything. So as soon as you read the dialogue, you read it the right way. So I actually like that. Like at the start of this was a grammar issue and I didn't like it, but I felt like I would leave it in here too because I liked the revelation that it did in me, where it's like, even though it was a little long-winded to get the proper description out, and I had to keep waiting to see what he was jump scared by this whole time, I still liked it this way.
Yeah, because it describes what the jump scare is, like the lead up to it, kind of thing.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
But a correction that would fix the flow a little bit would be to put Tom's reaction to it after the dialogue, saying him jumping at the startle and stuff after actually hearing what it said.
Yeah.
Because, like, you go press enter, there is a sound, he jumps, then the sound is described for a long time, then you hear the sound. Personally, I would like it so when the reader reads the sound, then he reacts, because he's reacting to what words were said.
Yeah.
And then my last one for this chapter, Sonic's arms were... this is in the gameplay again.
Yep.
Sonic's arms were completely blue, and he lacked gloves and shoes. His hands and feet blue as well. The color of his skin on his belly, ears, and face appeared to be an odd pale color. Then in the next paragraph, the more Tom looked at Sonic, who kept walking ever so leisurely with his back towards Tails, blah, 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 blah. And it goes on. But my point here is, how was he able to see the face and belly? Meanwhile, this entire scene was described as Sonic walking away.
Yeah.
And then later on, there's a slow turnaround face reveal, which would have revealed his face for the first time. And yet, we're already told the color of his face and belly.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah. So, the scriptures are great and everything. It's just the skin part stuff has to just be down at the face reveal. Just have it be the silhouette of him from the back.
Yeah.
And that's it for chapter 3.
All right. On to chapter 4.
Chapter 3 was a bad one for me.
Yeah, apparently.
And that's why Mikey said, here's one and I'm good. Or did you have any?
We had nothing. I don't think.
Yeah, you had nothing. Like, yeah, I'm good. No, I'm bad. I got lots.
Yeah, no, that was... Yep.
Yeah.
You made up for whatever Mikey didn't have.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay. Moving on to chapter 4. The memory of seeing Tails' body get burned alive, and then that Sonic doll head's horrid smile was still fresh within his mind still. Don't think you need that second still. Like, again, getting that mostly come at night, mostly sort of repetitiveness.
Yeah.
But
that's iconic.
I know, but it doesn't need to be like, it doesn't need to be like, was still fresh in his mind still.
Or maybe he has a still in his mind.
Fucking knew you were gonna do that because I was gonna do that as well, and
As soon as you open your damn mouth.
I like as soon because I thought the same thing, but I like held my tongue about it, and then no, Mikey's just like, hang on a second.
Yeah.
Y'all were thinking it. I'm gonna say it. Gotta see what we can brew up in that mind still. Anyway, moving to the next thing. Murmurs and whispers were all around as everyone watched the teacher tried to calm Rachel down. You mean watch the teacher try to calm Rachel down, not tried.
Yes.
And the next one. This is a twofer. He tried to imagine the murderer, an insane individual that got his thrills just randomly killing anyone he wants, and somehow giving the cops the slip every step of the way, up until now. So it should be wanted, not once, and should be every step rather than ever step.
Also, there's nothing. There's nothing about teeth in that whole quote.
What?
You said it was a twofer.
Fuck you. I said a 2-for-1.
Oh, I see.
All right, moving on. I'm trying to get this I'm trying to get the grammar position done.
No, we're gonna be here forever.
God, I'm so sorry, listeners. This confused Tom because a computer battery wasn't supposed to go down when the computer was turned off. Remove that second go down. Next one here. Are you really so desperate to catch this guy that you got to scrape the bottle of the barrel or something, Green? I think you meant bottom of the barrel, not bottle of the barrel.
That was absolutely
Mhm.
autocorrect.
Yeah.
God damn you, autocorrect.
Yeah. Next one. All right. Green began calmly, walking around, examining the scene and the corpse. So this one's more recent than the last one, obviously. Judging by the state of things, she died sometime around 10:30 to 11:30 p.m. last night. What was she doing here? Tom asked, standing next to Sarah as they watched Derek. Again, and this is basically just like, this is my example of like the mushed together sentence, like dialogue. And again, like it's mostly legible, but like it just really would have benefited like tabbing down a line. Yes, Mikey.
We have to go back to the bottle of the barrel because it's dialogue.
Yes, I know, but
So it's how the character talks.
fine. So the guy's an idiot. Got it.
He's like Drax. Like he doesn't understand shit. Like he kind of gets it, but he doesn't get it enough.
Metaphor. Kinda. Next one. Well, I mean, this again. I'm sorry. This might be dialogued as well, but fuck it. Well, I mean, we don't want to draw to any conclusions yet. Derek responded. I think it need to be. Don't want to draw too many conclusions rather than too any conclusions. But again, it's dialogue, so maybe it's just the way Derek talks.
I mean, I don't hate it the way it is.
Really?
Don't want to draw to any conclusions.
All right, fair. I'll accept that. Yeah. I'll move on.
Draw any conclusions is how it would normally be.
Yeah, too many. That's what I said. That's what I was saying. Like too many conclusions rather than we don't want to draw too any conclusions.
They literally all sound the same to me.
Okay, fair enough. I'll move on to my last one for chapter 4. In every single one of the murders. Oh, yeah. Okay. This again, dialogue. Some of mine are dialogue. Okay. I'm just going to have to do it.
Fine.
Because like I was willing to give most of the dialogue a pass, but there are some times when it fucks up where it's like, okay, that's clearly an out of story typo.
Mm-hmm.
Like this one. In every single one of the murder we've investigated, we've also noticed that the victims' computers are also damaged in some way. So in this one, it's like in every single one of the murders that we've investigated.
Yes. Or it might just be a dialect thing.
Maybe, but
this is also not a transcript. Like recorded from an actual audio log.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I would definitely correct this in my writing if I was doing if I saw this in my in my round of editing. But that is just me. Anyway, that's the end of my chapter 4 Grammar Inquisition. So, Mikey, these stands for evil.
Hold on. I'm good.
Okay, Gamer.
So one thing I'm noticing is, like, this is just nothing to do with the story directly. If anyone is getting editing done, I feel like you need like at least 3 people to do it, because like all those things you went through, I didn't get a single one. I read over all of those.
That's why it is important. Like when it comes to editing, like this is a brief disclaimer. This is actually really appropriate, Gamer. Like write something, take a couple of days or a week from it, go back to it and edit it yourself. Then if you're and then like because when you take some distance away from something you've written, you'll go back to it as like, why the fuck did I write like that? Like your mind does kind of like clear your RAM of like things that you've written sometimes.
Yeah, for sure.
And bearing that, like, get 1 or 2 other people to read your stuff, because again, different opinions, like different perspectives help fix problems that you might miss or one person might miss. So
yeah, there's been several times where we're going through this where like I noticed something weird, but you guys didn't, and vice versa. You know.
Yeah, and again, I want to clarify. Yeah, we are not like professionals,
Hell no.
but we are people for the most part, we like reading and we like to see things improve. So like, even like somebody like us, like if you have somebody like read your story, like we can pick up things as well. So like, yeah,
For sure.
Yeah.
Okay. And then on to me though.
yes.
Yeah, I got none.
Okay, on to chapter 5. I've only got one in this one. So, Mike exclaimed breathlessly, looking at the strange sight of looking at the strange sight of the room Sally was currently in. So I'm pretty sure that's supposed to say looking at the strange sight of the room, because it's missing the N in strange.
Yes.
Or the looking at the Strage sight.
Well, that is strange.
That is very strange.
No, it's Strage.
Yeah. Must be Italian.
Yeah, it sounds like it.
Fragile. Must be Italian. Moving on to the chapter. Oh, yeah. Sorry. Do you guys have anything? Chapter 5?
You're
Yes.
right.
No.
Okay. Either way.
We're like almost an hour in, guys.
Yeah.
So
Feels
yeah,
like
Mikey.
it was like 22,000 words long. Mikey, go.
Yeah.
All right. Eventually, Tom found one after wandering through the room, and so he had it opened. And then he found Sally entering another room, one that for some reason disturbed Tom even more. It was another large room, except it wasn't all distorted or deformed like the previous one. So, this is its own paragraph.
Yep.
And it doesn't explain what one is.
But
But
what was
the
one?
previous sentence explains that it's a door.
Oh.
Yeah.
This is definitely a case of what Gamer was saying earlier, where like it just like it goes into a separate paragraph, even though it was talking about something connected in the previous one.
Yeah. This whole thing is so many mini paragraphs of like one or two sentences where they could just be clipped together.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, especially since most of the time paragraphs are supposed to be at least like 4 to 6 sentences long.
Yeah.
So that's all I have.
Okay, Gamer.
So this is after the monster Sonic comes out of the projector.
Yep.
Tom, what the hell kind of game did Kyle give you? Vicky demanded to know, desperate. I don't know, Tom responded defensively. Whatever that thing is we just saw, that is definitely not Sonic. Yeah, no shit, man. Yeah, no shit, Tom, I say. Like,
yeah, no shit, I say in my actual thoughts later in my notes.
Yeah, but like, regardless, who cares if it's Sonic or not? Shouldn't you be more concerned that it's real?
Yeah, I am also glad somebody else called that out in the story. Like, yeah, no shit, because like every time somebody in the story said, like, that was definitely not Sonic, not my Sonic.
Yeah. Man, it's just it sort of pulled me like out of the tense moment that just happened.
Yeah, the story.
It should be them remarking on how this actually happened, not that it is really actually Sonic or not. Because like, what does it care that it's actually Sonic?
Yeah.
So correction would be something like, whatever that thing we just saw, it was definitely real, even though it shouldn't be able to happen. Like, it shouldn't be able to be real.
Yeah.
But also, he did just see something that's traumatic and freaked him out, so maybe he's just recovering right now. It's like, that wasn't Sonic.
Not my Sonic, not my Sonic. Yeah, he's like coping.
I'm giving a very light pass on that. Like, I'm okay with it, especially since like there's a comedic bit of it after, which is actually really good.
Yeah.
But yeah, to keep it as a more tense tone without a little bit of... If you want the silliness, great. But if you want to keep it tense, then just have them remark on how that shouldn't be able to be a thing, but we all saw it.
Yeah.
Which he does bring up later, like paragraphs after this, actually, but still. That's it for my notes on that.
Okay. And then on to chapter 6. His voice falters when he sees the look of worry on her exhausted face. She looks at the trio. His voice faltered when he saw the look of worry on her exhausted face. She looked at the trio. Again, welcome to my tense talk. I hate it. And it keeps going.
Our things that bug us.
Yeah. Speaking of, he starts running. His friends immediately following him. He started running.
Mm-hmm.
It's so weird because like I've like started like writing random shit, and I've caught myself in this. Like when I'm like trying to.
Yeah, it's a very common thing.
Yeah, exactly. Like you don't even notice it happen, and it just does.
Yeah.
Then you have to like think about actually putting it in past tense, and when you write it that way, sometimes it just seems wrong, but
yeah, because
it's right.
yeah, it's a thing. Like you have to decide, like make a conscious decision at the beginning of a story. Are you doing this in past, present? Are you doing this in past tense or present tense? Like, how are you writing the story?
Mm-hmm.
But on to the next one here. Tom whispered as he and his friends slowly snuck into the room, searching every part of the room for any sign for Vicky's friend. So I feel like it should either remove the second any or emphasize it with like all caps or even ellipses. And then, so like searching every part of the room for any sign of Vicky's friend as well. Like get rid of the for and replace it with an of. Or even like searching every part of the room for any sign ... any sign of Vicky's friend.
Yeah, I like that because that that makes you like think that he's referring to like body parts.
Yeah, exactly. Because like I went into this like expecting to find a corpse, like when they went into that computer lab. So like as a reader,
yeah,
and we do get a corpse. It just takes a little bit. But moving on to the next thing here. Do you think that Freak went and do you think that Freak went and took his soul too? So first off, so the the word do at the beginning there doesn't have a capitalized D, and it should because it's a sentence, or it's the start of a sentence. Mm-hmm. And secondly, I think you mean her soul, since this is regarding Alana, who was previously established to be a girl in like all the previous dialogue and content. So yeah, it's a simple mistake. I'm not like throwing anything at it. It's just like, yeah. Mm-hmm. But that's the end of my chapter 6 grammar acquisition. So Mikey.
All right. The one that I have has dialogue.
Oh, really, sir?
How dare you?
I think it's the way the character talks. So
yeah. Get that ready to go.
But my problem is the principal wouldn't talk this way.
But it's the way they would. Because it's dialogue. Okay.
Why don't you read the sentence and we'll see if we agree.
Let us and the listeners be the judge of your error, sir.
Yeah.
Because of these recent kills, these new rules will be put into effect as of right now.
Oh man, there's some gnarly kills, bruh.
He's got like a 3 kill streak now.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I mean, you'd probably say because of these recent deaths,
or killings, maybe.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But
yeah.
Man, I was getting ready to like roast you and be like, "Oh, how far one has fallen from whatever the fuck." But like, yeah, you're right.
Yeah, no. Oh yeah, it definitely that's definitely like dialogue that like that's like a teenager like writing what the principal says. Like it's like due to the recent kill streak, bruh.
Yeah. Due to the recent kills, he now has a UAV, so he knows where all of you are.
Yeah. Oh god! Now just imagine like on the campus, just like whenever somebody dies, it's like kill-tastic, like over the speakers, kill Krapic, killing harmonic orchestra, Kilimanjaro.
Oh,
like,
yeah.
God.
Those are real kill streaks from the Perfect Dark Zero game, by the way.
And then Kilimanjaro's from Halo.
Yes, which is also ridiculous.
Yeah. Also, oh man, you know what they really like at some point in the story? Well, it wouldn't have made sense because X doesn't actually like think that he's killing people, but it's just like,
Yeah, true.
gotta kill fast.
Gotta take fast.
Got yeah, it doesn't have the same ring.
No.
Yeah. Yeah. Sorry.
All right, so that's it for my chapter 6.
All right, gamer.
No.
Cool. On to chapter 7. I've only got 2, so by the time they had reached a classroom, Tom's heart plummeted as he heard Mike screaming far behind them before abruptly stopping. I think you meant abruptly stopping.
Yep.
The next one here. After Tom and Roger threw open set of door. Sorry, I gotta read this properly. After Tom and Roger threw open set of double doors as they entered the cafeteria, the doors suddenly slammed shut and locked themselves, preventing Vicky from following them. So the through there is not the right through. It's like to pass through rather than they threw open the doors. And secondly, it should be after Tom and Roger threw open a set of double doors as they entered the cafeteria. The doors suddenly slammed shut and locked. Don't need the themselves. The themselves kind of confuse it because it could be the double doors, but somebody could construe that to be Tom and Roger. Yeah, that's my grammar inquisition for chapter 7. So, Mikey, these stands for evil.
I'm good.
Gamer in yellow.
I'm bad, but I actually don't have any.
Oh, okay. Then on to chapter 8. The creature probably had taken all the souls of everyone left in campus by now. Don't you mean on campus? That's usually the term for like when you're on campus. It's not when you're not in campus.
Yeah, I suppose so.
Well, but campus is one building after all, you know.
Oh, don't even. I'm gonna have some words about that. I have so many words about that in my actual thoughts.
Okay, cool.
We'll get to that. We're dealing with grammar inquisitions first, though. So my next one here is with that they both hang up. I think you mean they both hung up.
Yep.
And the next one. When he turned around to look the other side of the stack, he felt his legs go numb and his heart break. So I think it should be when he turned around to look on the other side of the stacks. And then the next one here. Tom let out a long, drawn-out scream of pain, sorrow, and agony, not taking off his tear-filled eyes off what had remained of his final friend, an empty shell of a corpse. No, empty shell of a corpse. My last true friend. Sorry. That was just like in the moment. I had to throw that out there. But
her name is Amy to Shell Corpse.
Yeah, exactly. But the actual thing. Also, my other gag bit here is I should hope he doesn't take off his eyes.
Yeah, that's what I thought I heard you say.
Yeah, so it's really just like there's two offs there, and the first one should be removed because that it's like not taking his tear-filled eyes off of what had happened, or off of what had remained of his final friend.
Yeah.
And even I would even put it like at the end of like Final Friend, Roger, now an empty shell of a corpse, like just solidify
the visual of Roger. Who do we even get a visual for him?
Not really. Yeah. Honestly, it's just like I inserted like just a randomly generated group of friends.
Fair.
Except for Kyle. Like we get Kyle because he's a redheaded kid and stuff like that. And then like Tom, we get like is like a brown haired like kind of white kid. So yeah.
Mike plays football, so he's probably swole.
Yeah. Again, we got the jock, the probably the blonde girlfriend that is Vicky, and then Roger's just Roger.
He's the guy that's there.
Yeah. He's the other dude.
Yeah.
But I'll move on to the next thing here. On his screen staring back at him was Knuckles the Echidna, except his red fur was a dim, almost rust kind of color. His purple eye color was instead green, and he had a dismal look on his face that looked like he found relief in years. So that's all one sentence. It's a bit run on, but more importantly, I think it should have been that looked like he hadn't found relief in years. Because
Just talking about he's finally found relief because he's finally been able to see Tom again.
Maybe, but like the way it starts is like, and he had a dismal look on his face.
Right, it is dismal.
That looked like
Also-
he had that looked like he found relief. Maybe that looked like he found relief after so many years. Maybe.
But his face wouldn't be dismal at that point, right?
Maybe, yeah.
Also, quick question: why did you think Kyle had red hair?
Does Kyle not have red hair?
Kyle's
He has short blonde hair.
Yeah.
Ah, shit. Okay, my bad. It's you know what it was? Because by this point in the story, as I was reading it, when it said that Knuckles the Echidna, who's now Kyle, I realized that I suddenly just like kind of inserted that like, oh, this is Kyle. So Kyle must be a redhead, hence why he got chosen to be
No.
Knuckles. Yeah, no.
Well,
I did the same thing, honestly. In regards to like his fur being a slightly different, almost ginger sort of color.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Well, there are no redheads in this story because redheads don't have souls.
That
That's
is
true.
very true, actually. Going off of South Park logic. So gamer, I guess you're half safe from Sonic.EXE.
My beard is not safe.
Yeah.
I do have GBS, ginger beard syndrome.
Moving on to my last note here for chapter 8. He watched in horror as the false Sonic creature that had been tormenting him these past weeks walked into view, smiling that wide, sharp-fanged smile as he came closer, closer still. I feel like that comma should just be replaced with an and, so it's like as he came closer and closer still.
Yeah.
Mhm.
I'd be down with that.
Yep. Mikey, do you have anything for chapter 8?
I have one.
Okay.
Tom watched as the creature childishly flailed and snarled angrily, smashing and knocking down several furniture in his tirade. Several pieces of furniture.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Mhm.
That's it.
Okay. Gamer.
No.
Cool. On to chapter 9. Derek's eyes widen as he looked at the letter, then at her. Widened, not widen. Past tense, not present tense.
Yes.
Next one. Final one. With that, Derek grabbed the letter, and then they headed straight back to the office to look into it. Remove that second they. Mic drop. I'm done.
You still have notes to do.
Damn it.
Pick that mic back up.
All right. Speaking of, Mikey, do you have anything for chapter 9?
I'm good, but I feel at this point I should mention that I do have a conjunction junction
Oh my god. Okay.
for the.
Well, before you go, okay, Gamer, do you have anything for chapter 9?
I do not.
All right, Mikey. You know what? I'm
Also
next
separated
stop-
out by chapter.
Oh my god.
It's gonna sound like he's like sitting down at like a poetry slam or something.
It really
Like
is.
chapter 1, and he just has a sub chapter 2.
You know what?
Like it's all short as well.
Then you know what? I think we gotta do this then for the intro bit. And next up, conjunction junction. Toot toot.
And yet, we have a lot of flaws in spite of our apparent brilliance. But then comes another question, one that's also a frustrating topic among humans. Are we alone? Or maybe they don't care much for us, see us like insects, and thus don't pay us any mind. Or maybe someone wants us. Chapter 1. It was a Friday, and the weekend had started. For Tom, this was always a perfect opportunity to hang out with his friends. It was from his pal Roger, who had messaged, "Yo man, we still on tonight?" Tom texted back, "Oh, for sure, dude. Been looking to play some more Smash Bros. With you." But eventually, Kyle just stopped responding altogether. It was locked. It was a small package with a note attached to it. It started off pretty normal. A hello, a how are you, a regards to their friends and such. It was just his name. It looked completely brand new. It didn't have a side that had a cover describing the game, or on both sides, it was just that reflective plastic side. Except upon closer examination, Tom could faintly see lines faded into both sides. It wasn't like someone drew these lines with a marker or carved them into the plastic of the disc. And why not? But that anger started to subside after a while in the water, before being replaced by a new feeling, concern. It was like Kyle had completely lost his mind as he wrote it. The way it kept going on about how great the game is and how jittery the handwriting seemed. It wasn't one of his friends. It was a man. It looked like it hadn't been taken care of in weeks. It was dark. Several pieces of furniture had been knocked over. Mold was growing in some areas. The food in the fridge was rotting terribly, and the overall room just stank something awful. It was Kyle. Chapter 2. But no. It had been a week after Kyle's body had been discovered by the police. It appeared to be in somewhat decent condition, if a little dusty. It had been turned off. He remembered it had been off since the last time he saw it, in Kyle's room. It seemed like it was taking a very long time to get to full power, and there were times Tom had to remove the charger plug in order to keep his own fully charged. Chapter 3. It didn't seem to have overheated or anything, so he assumed it was one of those kind of games that required a restart before installation was complete. It was the theme song to the very first Sonic the Hedgehog game, except it only played the first few notes twice before ending. It was a strange voice. It sounded like a young man's, at least somewhat younger than him, except it sounded off. It wasn't just the fact that it spoke in a friendly, almost childlike manner, but Tom could tell by just listening to the voice that there was something not right about it, like it sounded fake. It was pretty good attempt. But Tom couldn't shake the feeling that there was something wrong with the way it sounded. The playfulness of the voice didn't really help either. It wasn't like he was being watched, but more like something was out in the ruined city looking for him. But then when he opened one door and ran inside, to Tom's surprise, he had ended up someplace entirely different. It seemed rather surreal. It then responded in a condescendingly sing-song kind of voice, a much more noticeably audible growl on the last word as it stared down at him. It had to have been made by someone other than Sega, because there was no possible way that thing actually talked to Tom. Could there? Chapter 4. It became clear to Tom from the conversation that Green and this cop did not see eye to eye. It really did seem like they hit a dead end. A killer had been able to invade people's homes without leaving any signs of an entry, or in fact any trace of his existence. And 3. The computers were ending up broken during the time of murder, with their screens cracked and their batteries dead. It just seemed too ridiculous, and perhaps too horrifying for Tom to think about. Chapter 5. And then, once again, that creature's voice. It looked like a long hallway lined with many doors. It was another large room, except it wasn't all distorted or deformed like the previous one. But that wasn't what Tom or the others had noticed. In the center of the room, suspended by what looked like strings, was what looked like a red fox. It was a disturbing-looking room, far more surreal than the distorted room from earlier. It also started to heat up at an alarming rate. Withdrawing his hand from it, he looked up at the projector screen. His heart momentarily stopped the moment he looked. And then the creature began to transform again. Chapter 6. Because of what he had researched, he wanted to call Green about the autopsies to see if it was true. So he dialed up Green. It felt like Tom's brain was going numb. He was looking at his own laptop like he was looking at the monster that he had seen once again. It was all starting to make sense now. There was a killer going around brutally murdering people and somehow getting away with it. It ached as more unanswered questions formed in his head, and then he began to harvest a very interesting thought. It had remained shut down since the creature tried to grab him and his friends back in the anime club room. It had certainly grown noticeably larger this time. He was sure of it. A large, dark, cracked X-shaped fissure. It was empty, quiet. The lights turned off, and all the computers turned on, and the screens all glowing brightly in the dark room. Chapter 7. It knew his name, but then the creature's tone changed to a more annoyed, matter-of-fact one. It was Alana. And then he tossed his head back in laughter. But then the hand came out. It was now or never. But then his relief began to diminish the minute he began to notice the commotion outside not dying down. And then that voice again, that teasing, singing child's voice. It was dead silent all around. Chapter 8. It was Detective Green. It was done. It had fully charged. It was a voice. It couldn't be. It was an odd sort of melody, faint, distant. He couldn't tell if it was supposed to be somber or melancholic. And then he raised a hand, and then the screen began to distort and deform, reality being torn and twisted as the creature began to climb his way out. And then, as soon as the creature lunged in to grab Tom, he dodged out of the way and then pulled the bookcase over the monster, causing it and all its contents to topple on top of him. It's true, he wanted to save his friends, but Tom Miller knew, from the moment he first saw this creature, that it wasn't some hero or savior. He wasn't Sonic at all. It was just some monster pretending to be him. Chapter 9. It was the letter given to Tom by Kyle. Finn.
Wow. I just gotta say that like listening through it, that sounded almost like the notes I would take for a like Delta Green or Call of Cthulhu game scenario where you guys are investigating like a monster or like a series of murders on like a college campus, and like then the monster is revealed like coming through like various devices.
It was revealed that he was Detective Green all along.
Yeah, Detective Green, and then like he was fully charged. Like so, Detective Green is actually a RoboCop.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And early on, like it didn't say who Kyle was. It's just like Tom texting with Roger, and then it starts referring to Kyle as well, as if it was Tom. So it's almost like Tom is like a split personality situation.
Yeah.
And, like he takes on that name, and then when Kyle dies and he's found in pretty good condition, apparently is the way it refers to it. Like no dust on him or anything, because it refers to dust after that. But then it immediately refers to a room. So it's like Kyle he became a room. Like his death was him turning into Kylescape, the room.
Yeah. And then like the creature like when they confront the creature in the computer lab, it's like it was actually Alana as she like, and then she like, but it was just like the creature like masquerading as Alana.
Yeah.
And then the hands came out.
It's amazing what happens when you pick a bunch of you pick a bunch of sentences from the story that start with words that they probably shouldn't, like its, ends, or buts, because there's always better words to use. And you put those together and form a story with sometimes hilarious results.
Yes.
And that's what Mikey does with this.
Again, oddly familiar results to like running a session of like a like a horror game or something.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's a challenge. Get a creepypasta, get all the front its, ands, or buts, only them, and make a story out of it.
Oh man.
Rearrange it all you want, but that's all the options you have.
Yeah. I'm not gonna lie, I was really worried that like we were gonna be here for like 40 minutes.
Just listening to him.
Yeah. Like, congrats guys. Whoever's listening to this right now, you've made it through the gauntlet of a nearly hour and a half grammar inquisition. This concludes side A of Al Dente Rigor Mortis's 9-year anniversary episode. Turn to side B. Now that we've separated the wheat from the chaff.
Welcome to side B.
Welcome to side B, otherwise known as the actual thoughts of Sonic.EXE, the remake. So, going to start with the, and I assume we're going to do the same thing we did with the previous one, like go chapter by chapter.
Yeah.
Yep.
So I'm going to start with the prologue. This is a story of such forces existing outside our world. A nameless darkness, a faceless evil that hungers for humanity. As you read the first chapter of this saga, You'll be taken into a world of paranoia, mystery, and madness as you follow the adventures of a single young man who inadvertently thrusts himself into something unexplainable and discovers parts of something that utterly defies all reasoning within him and forces him into a desperate struggle for survival. This is the first chapter of Sonic.EXE. Dun dun dun!
I really thought you were gonna go into like what's the freaking, how's that go? Like, god damn it, I had it and then I lost it because what is it? It's like a Twilight Zone sort of like intro thing.
This is the first chapter, but only in the Twilight Zone.
Only in the Sonic Zone.
In the Sonic Zone. In the Green Hills Zone.
In the Green Zone. Yeah, there you
go. So on the one hand, I can't help but giggle a bit about how the serious cosmic horror take this is trying to go for with the opening bit here. Like reading it, when I started reading the story, I just fell into like reading it like that, like how I just read it. But then I realized I'm reading a Sonic.exe story.
Mm-hmm.
That said, I do think the premise that is promoted here in Sonic.exe in this specific remake would likely fit as game fodder for something like Monsters and Other Childish Things, where the whole premise of that game and its toolkit setting is that you're kids with monster friends that are often Cthulhu-level cosmic horrors that just think you're awesome and just want to hang out. And like they disguise themselves as childish things to hide among people and the real world.
Are they actually like friends with the kids?
Yeah. In Monster and Other Childish Things, you're a kid with a monster friend who is who, depending on like how you want to set up that relationship, they are either like, they're best buds with you, they're bros with you, or or in some cases, in some games I've listened to, they are like parasitic life forms that are just like just masquerading as like their friends, and really they're just using them as like siphoning their energy and like, or like there's something they're getting off from the kid that is like psychically or something.
Gotcha.
And you can take it either like a Saturday morning cartoon or as like DW traumatization of like childhood nightmares as you want. And so this idea of like an eldritch horror taking on the guise of a video game character or a pop culture character isn't necessarily as bad as I initially thought it might be. Like when we first did the first Sonic.exe, it was definitely like, wow, this is like really dumb. But like now that I've like had some years to like get into like Monsters and Other Childish Things and such like that, and like various like other similar kind of like game systems and like settings and stuff, I'm kind of digging this core idea that Sonic.exe kind of like portrays here. And I mean, it like legitimately, like if you check out Cool Rat from the Road Trip campaign supplement for Monster and Other Childish Things, they share him and Cool Rat and Sonic and Nonic or X do share some very similar kind of like vibes and motifs. Like Cool Rat is a villain in the Road Trip games that like he's a monster who wants to have a kid friend, but there's something wrong with him where he can't form a permanent bond, and so he like ends up kidnapping tons of children to play with him in like this underground like facility under the amusement park that he owns. He's basically the Michael Jackson of monsters.
Okay.
And it's really creepy, but like also like cool, like it's also like really fun. But like it kind of has the same kind of vibe as X here. At least as I was reading the story. And I guess this is also to say, I went into the story giving it an open mind. I've also been revisiting various Monster and Other Childish Things actual play podcasts of late. So here's my connective tissue time moment. Like we dove into this story while I was getting into like Monster and Other Childish Things, and then I'm realizing, man, I could really use Sonic.exe as fodder for a Monster and Other Childish Things thing.
Yeah, for sure.
But that is the end of my prologue notes. So, Mikey, do you have anything?
Yes. Yet, in spite of all this, We still exist. We're still human. We're only human after all. Don't blame on me.
Some people got a real problem. Some people out of luck. Ooh.
I forgot how good that song was.
It's
I'm
so
gonna listen to
good.
that again now.
Yeah. So is that your thought there?
Yep.
Okay. All right, gamer. Do you have anything for prologue?
I have a. It's not technically prologue even. Just referring to. We talked about this off recording. How we did Sonic.EXE / round 2 before.
Yeah.
And it has the same characters in it.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, I just didn't realize that. I didn't remember.
Yeah.
Derek Green is also the detective.
Mhm.
And all that. I think the main characters may have been different, but it's
I
cool to
think-
see them reimagined
yeah,
and all that.
I'd have to relook it. Guys, it's been a couple of years, so
Mm-hmm.
and I did not go back to check out our episodes for that. So or go
did
back to those.
I did notice one thing though. There is a Shannon Goldman that is referenced in round 2, and that is referenced at the end of this.
You're right. It is
Mm-hmm.
interesting.
So that's pretty neat.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I think they were all written by the same guy. So
Oh, I'm sure they are. Yes.
Mhm.
Notes. Let's see. I'll just hold page up for a while. There we go. Well, first off with the title.
Yeah.
It's not .exe, it's Sonic.EXE. There's no dot
That's
anymore.
true. Yeah.
Not that it really matters, but just something I noticed.
Yeah.
No art in this, but that's acceptable.
Actually, if you go to
Or is there no art in this because of it's only as good as the
it's not
archive could get?
Yeah, it's not there. However, if you go to Sir JC Hyena 231's DeviantArt account, which Amusing Moose did send me a link to, but it's just art that he's done for his creepypastas.
Awesome.
So you can actually
It's
check
nice
out
when he does your own art.
Yeah, and I will say like there is actually some pretty decent like accurate like cartoon art of like Sonic.exe or sorry X like basically like about to grapple Tom. So
Nice. That's cool.
Yeah.
I'm gonna have to look that up later.
Yeah.
Yes, a pre-note I have here. A prenuptial agreement that I'm gonna go over here. So the first note I have is basically it kind of set the tone for me to start reading and prepared me for what's about to happen of me reading these millions of words. And that's the tags. The first tag is Sonic. The second tag is mother of fuck, this page is long like my penis. The third one is file extensions.
Yeah.
Then stupid is as the main character does. Bad English, wall of text, wall of shit. What the fuck is this shit? Vidya games, haunted vidya game, .exe, shit, Senakudesu, pasta trying to be good when it sucked enough to be a troll, atheist, and hyper-realistic.
Wow.
Yeah, there's some tags on this. Most of which I don't feel are fair for it, honestly.
Yeah. No, there's a couple that are yeah. I mean, it certainly needs work, but
It does
not
like okay.
yeah.
Yes, motherfuck. This page is long like my penis. Damn right. But
Hell yeah.
some of them, like it's not a wall of shit.
Yeah. I mean,
Like this is not freaking Spyro.
no, this is not Spyro.exe.
Yeah.
Which is funny because that was definitely inspired by Sonic, the original Sonic.exe.
Yeah.
But yeah. Yeah, I'm just gonna go out and say it. Like when I started reading the story as well, the first part grabbed me, the middle part was a slog, and then it got me back in at like chapter 7 or 8 when like shit hit the fucking fan. Like
Yeah.
honestly, my biggest issue with the story is the detective work. Like
But you
is
like
the
detective work.
it was so boring and like nonsensical to me, and I'll get more into that in my actual notes. But
Okay,
like
fair enough.
it was just like this makes no fucking sense. It was really like making me check out a lot of the time when it was coming when they were investigating and doing like their police work and stuff like that. And then once we got like the kids like finding the like watching playing the game, and then like the monster comes out of the projector and stuff. And then when it comes out of the computer lab with Alana, I was like, yes, I'm back in.
Yeah.
But
Man.
yeah.
Mhm. but I shall move on.
Okay.
So the word count on this is 25,909 words.
Yeah.
Or 142,961 characters. Goddamn. So like literally 10. This is 10 times the length of the length of most stories that we do. And like just looking at this and seeing how long it is, I was hoping that it was going to be 10 times as good as most other ones. But then I'm like, let's be real, this is Sonic. I won't hold my breath. But honestly, it is kind of better than a large handful of stories we read, in my opinion.
Kinda.
But that's it's fine. We'll get there. And then I have a legit question. Do we know the reason this was taken down?
Well, assuming how I need to pull up the actual link because I think I don't know why it was pulled down. It might have just been like the whole wiki was pulled down, like that whole wiki type was pulled down.
Training wiki.
Yeah, so it might just been pulled down from there for some reason. And I think like the admins probably like they saw this for some reason and decided like that this was garbage. Hence why they're using it as a like this is the like example they have for a bad story. Because it's not even on like the creepypasta.wiki site. It's like on the crst.fandom.com/wiki/Sonic.EXE.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's on the creepypasta staff training wiki. Which does that even have does that website even exist anymore? Yeah, as far as I know, it's actually I'm able to.
Well, either way.
Yeah.
I'm just kind of curious why it got taken down. If it got taken down because of like rules or whatever that they have on their website, fine. I hope it just wasn't taken down just because people were shitting on it though. Because like looking at the tags, it's making me wonder.
Yeah. Also, if you go again, like I'm curious, even like because unfortunately I didn't double check this. I should have. I wonder if Sir JC Hyena 231 posted it on DeviantArt like as a document, because you can do that. You can post stories on DeviantArt.
Yeah.
Because they are a piece of art. But like, yeah, like I was going into this like knowing that I'm about to read a story that is used by the creepypasta staff members as training. I assume for like what not to do, but like reading it is like, I mean, yeah, it needs a lot of work, but it's not like shit.
It's not.
It's not like heinous shit. It's just
we've read far worse stories.
We truly have. And like, if anything, I think this might actually have been an improvement of the original Sonic.exe. He says not really recalling. It's been too many years since I've read the original, but like, yeah, this one wasn't bad. Not like super bad. I mean, we're still going to criticize the hell out of it, but welcome to our show.
We're still at the prologue.
I know. Yeah, I know. Yeah.
Speaking of, we'll get on with it. So
yeah.
I was very first line started reading it. Why does mankind exist? Then I'm like, is that why the story's so long? Is it going to be recounting the birth and evolution of mankind as a whole?
Yeah.
Thankfully, it did not.
It got close.
Yes. However, my next quote is actually in chapter 1 and such, so I'll continue from there later.
Okay. Well, yep. That's a good segue to chapter 1. Mm-hmm. Handsome, dark neck length hair. Oh, okay. Handsome, dark neck length hair. Always liked wearing a vest over his turtleneck. And of course, a kind-hearted intellectual with good grades and only a few friends. Okay, so when I first read this, I read it as like handsome dark neck length hair. Like I read dark neck as in like as one word.
His neck is burnt.
But well, and the vision that my knee-jerk reaction when I read it, like alongside with like the vest and the turtleneck, I was like, I just imagined that a dark neck is what you get when you mix a redneck and a beatnik college kid. Like because of the whole vest and the turtleneck, and then like it's just like that's my knee-jerk reaction to what a beatnik wears, is like the turtleneck and such.
If he's wearing a black turtleneck, his neck is dark.
That's fair. Yeah.
That being said,
yeah,
is this grammar? Should this
no, this was
hair that's dark.
This is not grammar because this is like my own personal like whoops on it.
Oh, okay.
But I'm bringing it up because it's a funny.
Yeah,
At
but
least
you
I
made
thought.
the accidental oops because of a grammar thing, technically.
I guess. I mean, the only because like they're not close together. Like the only thing, the reason I hiccuped on it was because neck length was cut, and like length ended up on the next tab on the next line down.
Oh, I see.
Yeah,
So it just
when
said dark neck at the far right of your screen.
exactly, yeah.
Hmm.
So, but I'll move on to my actual thoughts here. um, Tom loved video games and was a bit of a Sonic the Hedgehog fan, like a lot of other people. He liked the newer games, but also didn't mind the classics. He never played any of the hacked games that sprung up on the internet from time to time, and never saw any reason to do so. So the last part there, I feel like was a bit forced foreshadowing about like, he's going to end up with a hacked version of the game kind of thing.
Yeah.
I actually might have gone with so like after it says like he was a fan of even the classic games and some of that. What Tom didn't care for were those hacked and modded games that were popping up online. And then like, yeah,
There
it's just
should be some reference to him talking to a friend about not wanting to play like non-Sega games because like he's really aggressive about it for no real reason.
yeah, it's kind of odd. Also like I will bring up later, I think, but like I kind of wish he'd also mentioned here that like those other people that were like Sonic fans were he just straight up said like a lot of his friends, so that we get clarification that, because like his friends are clearly like Sonic fans, like the way they were talking later in the story, but they never bring up that they're like it just kind of comes out of the blue, like that they just know this like deep cut information about like various Sonic characters. Like, oh man, she
Blue,
like
just
he's
like rings come out of Sonic, who's blue.
yeah, I guess.
Welcome.
I'll move on to the next thing.
Please. Save me. I should have said that.
Maybe he's not in there, Tom thought conclusively. And he couldn't have gone to class. It's Saturday. Fuck sakes, man. Groaning in frustration, he decided to head back to his own dorm room. So this is when like Tom goes over to Kyle's dorm and like knocks on it and gets no answer. Admittedly, my college experience was my college dorm experience was limited to like I think 2 or 3 weeks as like part of an orientation thing. Also, up in Canada, it might be different down where this story was supposed to take place. But Tom should maybe check in with the front desk or like the floor lead, which is the person they usually assign to like deal with like to troubleshoot with issues on the that students have on various floors. On this whole situation, because like at the very least, like he could find out if Kyle signed out for some for some time, or even have the staff of the dorm rooms do a wellness check.
Yeah, for sure.
Like he just goes back to his dorm. It's like, oh, I guess he's fine. It's been 3 weeks. I haven't heard back from him. Like, I'm sure he's fine. Meanwhile, something bad has happened, obviously.
Cut to a shot of his dead body, flies all around it.
Exactly. And it continues, I think, later on for this. He talked about why he was absent, explaining that he found this great game he bartered from someone online, and has been spending several days playing it. He said it was a video game that nobody had ever seen before, and that he figured he'd share this so-called wonderful game with Tom. Oh my God, I've seen this movie. Stay alive. You die in the game, you die for real. Yeah, no, this is like this is straight up the start of this is like basically like one for like not exactly one for one, but pretty close to the intro to how like Stay Alive starts. Like a friend from college dies, and the main protagonist gets a mysterious game that the character was playing before his death.
Oh wow.
Yeah, it's very similar.
Nice.
He even has a group of friends that like watch him play the game or play the game with him, and they all get killed off like throughout the movie.
Neat.
Yeah. So
That's
honestly, like Stay Alive is a perfect like creepy video game creepypasta like movie that we should probably review sometime. But I'll move on to the next thing here. He couldn't even talk to Tom himself if he really wanted him to play this so-called great game. Nope. Tom wasn't going to play along with this. Not this time. Credits. Man, that was a really short remake. Fuck. Still got so much to go. Looks down at all the chapters. Because it's like, no, I'm not gonna play this game. Not this time. And credits.
I mean, like, you could say that if he never plays the game, none of this would happen, but
it could have also
eventually.
Yeah. Or like as he's walking around the school, like people are dying, so like other people have like are playing the game, or like the cult's giving them the game. So like, yeah. Next thing though, the next day, Tom sat in his dorm room thinking about what could have happened to Kyle. Seriously, it's been over 3 weeks now. Get someone to check that room. Do a wellness check for Kyle's dorm room, for God's sakes.
Yeah, I had a real problem with that.
Same, and it just continues. Like with my next quote, we had a call not too long ago today about an unsanitary odor going on at dorm room 231, Kyle Scott's dorm room. Yep, there it is. I'm honestly surprised we didn't get a mention of the odor when on Kyle's floor earlier when Tom went down to check on him. Like, I didn't even need to. It didn't even need to be sourced to that was clearly coming from Kyle's room. We could have just gotten this like nice like bit of like him going, like Tom going down to Kyle's floor and like smelling some kind of a funk about the floor. Just a hint at like there's somebody dead.
But maybe like as he came down the staircase, there was like garbage beside him. So
yeah, exactly. And then
it's that
would have been the good cover up for it. Yeah, but like that needs to be mentioned in the story so we can have a little bit of like lean into this, because otherwise, like this is just like they apparently they weren't the best of friends that they aren't checking on each other like this. Like I'd be worried if I like didn't hear from one of you guys on we were at college and stuff like that, and I didn't hear from one of you guys for 3 weeks. And like didn't get any kind of like where you were going or anything like that, I would kind of be concerned after a while.
Even after a freaking week. A solid week when you apparently talk to the person all the damn time.
Yeah. Exactly. Like
I feel like what they should have done with this is Kyle is just a guy that's sort of a loner. He's not really friends with anyone, but like Tom sort of knows him, but he hasn't been showing up to class, and like people are kind of wondering where he is, so they asked Tom to go check on him because he's the only one that sort of knows him.
Yeah,
that would make more sense. That like this time period situation.
Yeah, for sure. And then my last one for chapter 1 is by the time they reached the corridor that had Kyle's door, Tom could see several police officers, students, and a few reporters. Okay, I'll buy the police being there. But it's bullshit that the reporters and even the students would be allowed on that floor if someone was found dead. They'd likely, like the students, at the very least, the students would all been evacuated from the building. Like everybody on every floor would have been evacuated. And the reporters would at best be down in the lobby area of the dorm room, of the dorm building. Now, later on, we find out that every fucking building in this on this college are like connected or like within the same building, which I'm sure that exists somewhere, but like my own personal experience, that's not how colleges work. But yeah, like the reporters would not be on the same floor, like right next to the crime scene. Like they would have that entire floor cordoned off, like with police. So yeah, I'm calling shenanigans. But yeah, that's into my notes for chapter 1. So Mikey.
Let's see. Well, my actual thoughts go into why Tom is a bad friend.
Yep.
He had known Kyle personally for years. For as long as Tom remembered, Kyle was almost never busy for him and practically hung out with him almost every chance he got. However, for the past 3 weeks, Tom had not seen or heard from Kyle. He hadn't even seen him during classes.
Yeah, it's a big red flag.
He let 3 weeks go without like even going down to his dorm room. They both are living in the dorms. It's literally like a floor away, maybe.
Yeah,
Yeah, it's really not out of his way.
yeah, really not.
Because of it was like 3 weeks, I really thought that he lived like an hour away or some shit.
Yeah, if
Not
it was like
a
if it was like
light
at a
and
house,
walk.
like being rented, yeah, but
Mhm.
not
And
not
like
the dorms at the college. Sorry.
yeah, and Mike had to, I believe, like tell Tom to go check on him.
Yeah,
Didn't he bring that up? Being like, you should probably check on him. He's like, yeah, I guess I'll do that. It's like he wasn't even already
Yeah.
thinking about it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Tom equals
and then
terrible
my
friend.
yeah, and my next quote here is Tom never bothered to look into Kyle's personal life, but it'd be amazing if Kyle actually did find love. And I'm like, if it was actually as close to Kyle as it says, he would know right away
hmm
if
Yep.
he found someone.
Yeah, he's
Like,
talking about him like Kyle is his old best friend who moved across country. You know, he talks to him on the internet or some shit every once in a while, but that's it. And he doesn't like go into details, but he knows him. Like he lives right there.
Yeah, they're right
Yeah.
next. They're a floor down or a floor apart. Yeah,
yeah,
and like they're best friends, but they have no idea about each other's personal lives. It's like
No.
that
yeah.
terrible friend.
And then there's this thought process of what if he was studying for extra credit? And I'm like, well, if he's missing classes, then he's losing the credits that he would regularly go for. So why would he be studying for extra credit?
Yeah, there's no
Yeah.
point. I think it could have been better if it was like, well, maybe he's changed courses. So like he's not
To
going to
explain
the
why
same,
he never sees him.
yeah, he's not going to the same classes. Yeah.
Mhm.
But he should be going to the same classes because they
Yeah.
hadn't seen him during classes.
Yeah.
So.
Yep.
Anyway. And then if he was found in a ditch somewhere, it could have at least hit the news. And it's like, well, false. Like, there's a
Yeah.
lot of stuff that doesn't get reported on in the news.
I guess that's true too. Yeah.
Also, depending on the identity of the person, they might only end up as like Jane Doe or Joe or John Doe. So, like, they might not even have the name for the person in the news.
Yeah. And then the quote we brought up during the grammar revision. Tom had thought about going around campus to ask if anybody who knew Kyle noticed if he was being strange 3 weeks prior, but he decided against it as he began to consider the possibility of getting no leads out of it. Kyle wasn't exactly Mr. Popular in college. And I'm like, correct. No one would remember a guy from 3 weeks ago. You should have done this sooner.
Yeah.
Or ask the person that knows Kyle better than anyone else. You.
Yeah.
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 Chapter 1. Tom is a terrible friend.
Kind of.
Yes. What should do? I have a quote that's not about him being a terrible friend. It's
Wow.
about the school administration being horrible.
Yeah.
So we had a call not too long ago today about an unsanitary order going on at dorm room 231, Kyle Scott's dorm room. The door was locked from the inside, so somebody had to bust it down just to see what was causing the smell. Why didn't anybody go to college administration or talk to a janitor or someone who has a master key for the dorm room and just unlock the door?
Yeah.
Yeah. Like, unless like when they did that, like the door was still like closed, like kind of like something was like maybe the fridge was like
door
toppled over.
barricaded from the
Exactly. Yeah.
inside. Yeah.
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 If you want to have the busted down door, you can do it. You just have to make it realistic.
Yeah.
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 Yeah. And then we've already touched on why Tom, for some reason, didn't notice the stench coming from the room. as he was there just recently.
Like the day before, and then suddenly the odor
Yeah.
kicks in the next day. Like,
Yeah.
Dude, don't give Tom a hard time. He's Warforged. He doesn't have a nose. He can't smell.
okay,
Right.
I'm
move
playing
on.
Warforged in our current Eberron game over on One Last Die. plug, plug, plug.
Thank you, but also let's move on.
But also fuck you.
All right. And then we get Detective Green, who says, "Well, you're his best friend, and it's probably better if you see for yourself."
No.
But at this point, there's no reason for the detective to know that Tom and Kyle are best friends.
Yeah, that's
Like, who told him that?
like I maybe the administrators down on in the lobby, like when the detective asked if like he hung out with any people, like maybe like they could have said like, oh yeah, you hung out with Tom Miller for the most, and like maybe that's it, but like that's not enough to say like, oh, like you guys were like best friends, like
Yeah.
yeah.
And then,
Detective, it's his job to find out facts.
Exactly.
but this is also the worst detective ever, considering that he just goes ahead and lets Tom see Kyle's body.
Yeah.
Because Tom is technically a suspect being his best friend.
Yep.
And it's an ongoing investigation.
Yeah. But then he just gets deputized.
Yeah.
Effectively.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I got a whole thing about that, but we'll get into that later.
Yeah. So with this, the end thoughts for chapter 1 is that Tom is a bad friend, and I don't care if something supernatural gets him.
That's fair.
Yeah. All right. Well, on to Gamer then for chapter 1.
Yes. You guys got 90% of my chapter 1 things, but
Cool.
I have one. So it's talking about Tom's room and it's all stuff. He's looking at a photo of Kyle. Then he like turns to look at his shelf, which has like all of his video games and movies that he owns. And it's saying like Tom loved video games. He's a bit of a Sonic the Hedgehog fan, like a lot of other people. Meanwhile, it's like a shot of a wall that's exclusively Sonic games, and like the wall is absolutely covered with posters and figures and swag of all Sonic.
Yeah.
That'd be hilarious if it was like that.
It would have been better if that was the case. And then also I was like,
I'm a bit of a Sonic fan. His whole
a bit of a
wall,
Sonic.
you can't see nothing that's not Sonic on it.
Yeah. Also,
Like
I
even the Smash Brothers that he plays,
Yeah.
you can be Sonic in it. That's probably
Yeah,
why he has it.
that's I was gonna say like, well, and that should have I think that I feel like that maybe should have been also added as well. Like some notice like Tom was obviously gonna play his favorite character, Sonic.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's all I have left from chapter 1.
All right. On to chapter 2. Well, it's unlikely a video game could have killed Kyle. Derek shrugged, straightening his coat. Looks at the audience / reader, breaking the fourth wall.
Winks.
Yeah. Like literally, like that's my reaction. Like when I read that, it's like wink.
Mm-hmm.
Moving on to the next thing. The laptop he saw in Kyle's room, he gave it to him as a graduation gift. For some reason, he felt it wouldn't be right for that thing to just get tossed. He stood up from his seat. I'll be right back, guys. He ran down the empty halls, hoping the laptop was still in the room. Why wouldn't the laptop end up in evidence? Especially if the police think that this is a homicide? Hell, why would everything in the room not be in evidence for that matter? This is a fucking active crime scene. But no, they've got Consuela in there. They got Consuela in there. Like, no, I clean. Like,
I have a very simple and realistic answer for you.
Okay.
This college is in Derplin.
You're absolutely goddamn right. Yes. This
There's
this
a lot of
this
derping
is
going on. I'll
this
be
is
honest.
this is Derpling College.
Yeah.
Derplin State College. Yeah. Oh my God. Okay. Well,
But
I'm going to
now-
continue yelling at the story for that stuff. So
that's fine.
so next thing here. Hey Mike, are you and Roger still on for later today? Mike responded. Oh.
Mike responded.
Yeah, Mike responded, for sure, man. By the way, did you get that laptop? Tom replied, yeah, it's only cracked and it needs a recharge. But other than that, it's still in good condition. Cool, man, Mike texted in return. You know, for a story that gives us a ton of minute details, it's weird that we don't get Tom telling his friends that he's going to go get the laptop when he leaves the cafeteria or when he returns to his friends from class. But then his friends mention the laptop later on in a text. Like,
maybe they just assumed he went to get it because they brought up the laptop. He's like, "Oh shit, I'll be right back."
maybe, I don't know, like, because like the previous like quote I did, like there, like is basically when he like, I'll be right back, guys, and then runs off, not telling them that he's going to go get the laptop or anything like that. And then they just seem to know that he has the laptop. It's like I kind of wish like we got a little bit of something, like some corroboration with that.
Yeah.
Also,
Even him just saying, "Oh, right, the laptop. I can't let them take it."
also, again, just hammering home how much I hate the squished dialogue.
Yeah, it makes
Because that was such a like a good example of like that being mixed up. But I'll move on to my next thing here. He had given thought about finding and confronting the bastard that took Kyle's life away, but ultimately he decided to let Green and his sister find the murderer. A job much easier said than done, clearly, if they still had no leads. However, Tom felt he could trust Detective Green on this. Apparently, you don't trust him enough to give him the fucking laptop, which probably has some clues.
He doesn't need clues. He needs evidence.
I guess. And I'm going to just continue with this. Like, I'm going to continue on this train of thought with this. Tom had already concluded that the X-marked CD disc Kyle had sent him was the very same game he had bought before his disappearance. Though why he sent it to Tom before his death, Tom couldn't well figure out. Maybe give it to the cops again for evidence.
Okay.
I know it's going. I know it's going to happen, but it's like right there, man. Like,
Okay.
come on.
Okay. So.
All right. Yes, Joe Pesci.
Yeah. So here's the thing. Yes, but like the whole thing that the reason that he doesn't like talk about the game to him at all is because like he seems like he would be a freaking idiot if he just brings up, well, maybe the game killed him, you know?
Yeah, no, but like the laptop and like a lot of the, like any of the electronic devices should end up with the cops for like
Yes.
for like electronics forensics.
Yes, but in regards to the game specifically, like he would have no reason.
There is a
think
reason.
that-
Sorry, not to cut you off. There is a reason. He was given this mysterious package with a letter from Kyle shortly before he discovers his death. It may not seem like it has any any like connective tissues, but that's for the detectives to decide. That's definitely some kind of evidence that the detectives probably wouldn't mind having.
Oh, I'm sure they would, but
especially since at the very end of the story we find that letter that they found that letter in Tom's room crumpled up and like saw it as evidence.
for sure.
So,
but to Tom, as just a dumb college kid, he's like, it's just a game. How's this going to help them? Even though he knows it's going to help them.
Yeah,
that's the other thing. He absolutely knows it's going to help them.
He does. Yeah.
He really does.
And for somebody who says he trusts Detective Green on this and is going to let him like figure this out, he's not going to give him any of the like any clues that he may have or evidence that he may have to help with the case.
Yeah.
Tom is a terrible friend.
I mean, it's straight. Okay. So like when he's talking with when Tom is talking with his friends and his friends all saw it and they're like, "What are we gonna do? Tell the cops?" And they basically say like they're not gonna believe us. Like that's how they get away with not giving that to the cops.
I guess. I still hate it.
Oh, me too. But like, yeah.
Yeah.
What else would you do? You know, like that's a rational thing to think.
I
It should be
guess, yeah.
something that is not believable, and you have no proof. If they took a picture of it or a video or some shit, but even that can be faked these days, you know?
Yeah. I guess it's like more of like it's leaning on the idea of like denial or like rationale or like trying to rationalize something unbelievable.
Yeah. The only way that game would be able to be used as evidence is if he brings Green in, like, and plays the game in front of him and has him witness it, which is what he should have done.
Yeah, but he didn't.
Yeah.
So, Mikey, do you have anything for chapter 2?
Yeah.
Cool.
Why wouldn't I?
We may have gotten everything that you were going to talk about.
The first quote here. How did he not consider the possibility that his own friend had been dead for 3 weeks? Yep, the story is pointing out just how bad a friend Tom is.
How bad a Tom friend is. Sorry, I had to get you on
Which
that.
is also true.
Yes.
Yes. Yeah, how bad a friend Tom is. And then another one. A pleasure to meet you, Tom, Sarah Green said. Sarah.
I did not write this story.
Uh-huh.
I am not
A
hyena.
likely story.
I am not Sir JC. I am not Sir JC Hyena 231.
Oh yeah, you're stumbling a lot on that, man. That's weird.
I had to scroll up to
Almost
find
like
out the
you're
name.
nervous.
I will stab you all.
For those unaware, uses Sarah's a lot in the stories, and it's become a gag.
Yes.
So he uses them more now because it's a gag, and we all have fun and laugh.
Ha ha ha. Sorry, no. I got to do the Sonic.EXE.
Oh yeah.
It's that Kefka laugh from Final Fantasy.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. All right. So the next actual thought here, the detective revealing that there is a serial killer. This likely wouldn't happen, at least not as quickly as it did, because I mean it's an active investigation.
Yeah.
Specifically the reveal of it.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
Tom's a bad friend. Derek's a bad detective.
What bad's going on?
Yeah. My next quote. The only damage it seemed to have is that its screen was slightly cracked in a couple places. The cracks were only minor, but Tom wasn't sure if the screen was still functional. Most laptop screens are notoriously fragile. Basically, like they're like TV screens.
Yeah.
And as we know, if going back to the Wiimote, if you throw a Wiimote at a TV, it's going to break it.
Yep.
And you usually get dead pixels where something hit the screen, or the screen doesn't work at all.
Yeah.
Like it just annihilates it. So a couple slight cracks to me says the screen is done, based on the laptop screens that I've worked on.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's fair. You are a little.
You
bit
are
of
an IT
authority
wizard,
on this.
so yeah.
All right, and then my next quote. The weekend came again after that. That Friday night, Tom was alone in his room, on his computer, studying while Kyle's laptop was still busy charging up. It seemed like it was taking a very long time to get to full power, and there were times Tom had to remove the charger plug in order to keep his own fully charged. Right now, Kyle's laptop was at 11% power, not enough to do much on it.
Speaking of IT wizard,
Waiting for this.
Yeah. So number one, why didn't he get the charge cord when he got the laptop.
Yeah.
So he had 2 charge cords.
Yeah, you could just quickly run in there and steal it, though.
Yeah. Well, he ran in there to steal the laptop. So I mean,
and then talk to the woman that was in there. Yeah.
Yeah, the woman was helping, so I was like, "Oh, did you see the charge cord? Oh yeah, thanks." And then, bam.
Yeah. Maybe it
Um,
had already like been pitched or something, but like, yeah.
yeah. Laptop batteries, depending on charge, can take like 24 hours to charge, but it doesn't take that long.
And
Yeah.
depending on the year as well, like assuming older ones take longer to charge and all that.
Well, or older ones, the battery is usually dead. Also, a lot of newer laptops, you can have them plugged in with no battery. Like, it'll just take the power straight from the cord
Yeah.
to be able to turn it on. And then the other thing is that laptops don't typically show battery percentage unless they're on. So for him to say, "Oh yeah, it was only at 11% power," like, how is he able to get that information unless he turned the laptop on?
Well, when you plug in a dead laptop, how do you know that it's charged enough to turn on? Do you just turn it on?
Okay, so when you plug in a dead laptop, it will likely be able to turn on right away from the charge it's getting from the cable.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then it boots up, and it will, once it's booted up, it'll tell you what the percentage is and if it's actually charging the battery.
Hmm.
So now, on the other hand, if it was a phone, a lot of phones, if they're turned off, like the Android phones, and you plug them in, it will tell you what the battery percentage is without having to turn on the phone.
Yeah,
Yeah.
the whole screen will be replaced with just a battery
Hey.
indicator thing.
Yeah. iPhones also
Yeah.
do that. Yeah.
Yeah. So it's just one of those things where it to me it didn't make sense how he knew the percentage of power and why he wasn't able to turn on the laptop with just the power cord connected.
Yeah.
So,
Maybe he doesn't own a laptop like the writer. He has a
Yeah.
smartphone.
I think there's a couple of things in the story where like I think the author probably should have done some more research on various
yes.
things rather than just like assuming that's how things worked.
Mm-hmm.
It's definitely one of those cases of like research.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
It's the old story, write what you know, right?
Or write
Yeah.
or research what you want to write.
Yeah. Well,
Yeah.
when you research it, you know it.
Yeah.
Yeah. So that's the end of my chapter 2.
Okay. Gamer.
Chapter 2. After that, he was brought. Okay, this is after finding the body and showing the body and all that.
Yeah.
After that, he was brought to the police station by Detective Green, who told him to wait in the interrogation room, promising him that he wasn't in any kind of trouble. Tom had been sitting in this dark, quiet room, looking over the polished table ever since, and he was never heard from again.
As he was the prime suspect for Kyle's murder.
Yeah, I kind of just saw that like zooming out, and then like the door closing and then credits.
Yeah, and then like Derek closes it. It's like, and Sarah's just like, so he did it, right? It's like, yeah. I think this is a
Open shut case.
Open shut case. Thank you. Yeah.
Mm.
Yeah.
Yes. This next quote we kind of talked over a lot about him not seeing the signs and all that. About his friend. Like hindsight's 2020 and all that.
Yeah,
like,
that's for sure. Like
this sort of thing might not. It sounds ridiculous when we talk about it. How like 3 weeks and you don't check on the guy, but like this kind of stuff has like happened before. You know.
No, yeah.
Just, all of a sudden you just find out someone's dead. You know, like
Yeah, and like on the more like serious side of it is like suicide and stuff like that. Like that's why I was saying like do a wellness check. Like that's why I was calling for the guy to do a wellness check on him because like yeah, and again you're absolutely right. You can't always see that happen. Like you always like when it happens you're like fuck, why didn't I see the signs kind of thing. Like I yeah.
Mm-hmm. I feel like it'd be easier to digest if he was still like seeing Kyle, but like Kyle was acting weird and he wasn't seeing him for very long. Like he was still around, so he believed he was alive, but he felt he was acting weird, and then he eventually finds him dead. I feel like that would work better. Because
Yeah,
like
like
maybe you see them in classes and like pass them every once in a while, but he was like never coming to hang out and stuff like that, and then he goes over and actually checks on him,
Yeah, like I feel like the 3 weeks was way too long. Like, because then suddenly, because as soon as like they find the one bodies just start dropping.
Yeah. Start playing Drowning Pool immediately.
Yeah.
Yes, I shall move on. One thing I don't get about the laptop situation with the charge, I don't understand why Tom wants to charge Kyle's laptop up to 100% to turn it on. Like, he could turn it on at 11%, theoretically. Like, he did turn it on, and it worked. But I don't know what his obsession was with getting it charged more than 11%, that he couldn't just do stuff on it regardless. And, like, when he's charging it for ages and it's not moving up at all, I don't know why he keeps trying.
Yeah. It's very, very peculiar.
And like even when it later on when it says it's over 50%, he doesn't turn it on there. It's just something he's constantly doing, but he doesn't have a reason to turn it on. It's not like he knows something's on there that he needs because he has the disc. And he has it installed on his laptop. So it being charged doesn't really do anything.
Except for the very end when it's like 100%.
Yeah.
Charged.
And then he turns it on and finds the.
And then that's when
Kyle.
Yeah. Kyle Knuckles.
Kyle Knuckles. Yep.
Knuckles. Knuckles. Yeah.
Which is how you should be saying that, anyways. That's how it's spelled. But yeah, I don't know. Also, bringing that up makes me wonder if Tom just goes into the game on his laptop, would he also encounter Knuckles? Or is it like Knuckles is on Kyle's laptop because he was like absorbed through that laptop or whatever?
Or maybe that's like the window for like that's the only window that that Kyle Knuckles knows how to like contact.
Yeah,
like he hasn't found like the window that opens up when Tom uses his laptop. So
I wonder if the game that they're playing actually has online capabilities, because like
maybe
that's the only way that it would be working as like something that you can connect to and see the changes in that world constantly. If he's taking all of these people and turning them into video game characters by the end,
or it's the game is
another
actually
dimension.
is another dimension, and the game is just like the medium in which we can perceive the other dimension.
Yeah.
So like I think you're going a little too mundane on it. It's like this is clearly supernatural.
I mean, like, yeah. There's an old game called Phantasy Star Online 2. And it kind of does this in a way, because like the game itself,
sucks your soul out and puts you in the game.
No, but the game itself is a game in the real world of like Phantasy Star. Like,
okay.
When you connect to me as a person loading and playing the game, people in the universe of Phantasy Star do the same thing as well. They have a game.
Fiction.
Yeah, in the fiction, there is a game called Phantasy Star Online 2. And people connect to that, and they play the game that we are playing in real life. And the game in that game is its own universe, and they live their own lives normally, and they know about the other universe of people that connect to their universe.
Oh my god, my fucking head.
Yeah, my head hurts too. But it's that same sort of thing, just horror though.
Huh, interesting. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I've always wanted to try Phantasy Star, honestly, like any of them, but
Yeah, I played the demo of one of them ages ago on the Xbox. It's anime as fuck. That's all you need
yeah,
to know.
that's fair.
Yeah. So yeah, I'm actually done with chapter 2. Never.
All right, so on to chapter 3. I'm gonna start with this thing here. This is regarded with the graphics being 3D and like it looking like Sonic Unleashed or Sonic Generations. When I got to this point, because unlike you, gamer, where you're like it's so very confusing, like in your grammar inquisition, I honestly just took this as like, oh cool, it's a remake or a rebooting of the version of Sonic.EXE, just like the story is a remake of the original story from
Yeah.
Sonic.EXE.
It's a modern reinterpretation of it in
Yeah.
both game and writing form.
Yeah. So I thought that was neat.
Indeed.
And then my next thing here, deciding to deal with it in the morning, Tom got up from his desk and went straight to bed, not even bothering to close his laptop or clean his mess. Tomorrow, he would talk to his friends about the game and maybe continue playing it. And this is after he like just dealt with like the whole Tails thing and how horrific and like the horrificness of that and stuff.
Yeah.
I kind of wish it had done something a little extra in this story where it showed that there was some kind of influence the game had after you play a bit of it that makes you want to keep playing it. Because otherwise, it's kind of weird that like Tom is just kind of like after seeing all that horrible stuff with happening to Tails, he's like, I'm gonna go take a rest, and I'm gonna show my buddies this. Cool, like it. You were horrified earlier, and now you're like, I'm gonna play this game some more later.
Maybe if he was if he enjoyed like horror movies and horror video games a lot,
Maybe
then he would be more desensitized to it.
Yeah.
Like I viewed him as just his whole thing is Sonic, like
Yeah,
because that's all they talk about is Sonic and Smash Brothers.
yeah, but
So,
yeah, I just kind of like maybe like a little bit of like a hint that like maybe either like what you said, like he's into like horror and gore and so that actually kind of appeals to him like it would me, or like again show like there's some kind of influence that it has on the player, but that's the end of my chapter 3. So Mikey.
My chapter 3 quote is, Tom was rather surprised at how the game guessed that Silver was his favorite character, but he rationalized that it could have just been part of the overall gaming mechanic. To which Marshall says, really? You're surprised by this, and not the fact that Detective Green knew you were best friends with Kyle.
yeah, like the game thing is just
The game
like
just makes
no
sense.
matter who you pick, the game tells you, oh, that's your favorite, is it? Like
Yeah,
the
especially
game
if it
says that on everyone.
Yeah, again, mechanically, it could even be like the game. Like this is the first time you've chosen that character. It's like, oh, that must be your favorite character. Like that's just a basic mechanic of a game, not even this game specifically.
Yeah, but he was surprised by that.
Yeah, and not of the detective being sus.
Yeah, there's a lot of other things you should be surprised about. This is not one of them.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah. And that's the end of my chapter 3.
Okay, gamer.
Okay. That's grammar. Whoops. Down there. Okay, so I've grouped a handful of notes together because they're all talking about the same thing, the installation of the game.
Yeah.
So part 1, the installer percent. After several minutes, it was at 1%. Realizing it was going to be a while until the game had fully installed, Tom decided to order some takeout and watch a movie. So maybe it's just me, or maybe it's Maybelline, but if I was installing something and it was taking more than a minute to move past 1%, I'd cancel it, not leave it running for hours.
Yeah.
Also, I'd have checked to see how much data is on the CD. If it's a small file size, like, then that's even more reason to cancel it quick if it's not working. Now, maybe it takes a long time to install because there's some
it's
literal
uploading a
demon
virus.
possessing the laptop is what I wrote down.
Yeah.
Which is basically what's happening. So, in regards to the timer's function, I understand why it's taking a long time. like with the meta knowledge of knowing that there's some like alien entity that's doing shit to his computer, but to Tom, he should be like, this isn't working. I guess it's broken. Cancel.
Mhm.
And if it was like a finalized, published thing from Sega, then he would probably give it more lenience. But it's a burned thing on a random CD that's weird looking. You know,
Yeah.
there's
Especially
just
since,
so
like,
many red flags.
especially if it was a CD, it's probably got like what max 700 megabits, like not even a gig to
You
it.
might be saying
And then
it was-
CD as in the generalization of.
could also be a DVD, which has about like 4 to 5 gigs, like the capacity. So
It's a
it-
flat donut that holds data. It's a CD.
yeah.
Mhm.
That's the way I'm seeing that.
Mhm.
But I'll move on. The installation basically blacks out his CD, and he says, "Surely his computer didn't experience an error or a virus installing this game, did it? It's not like you just installed a weird bootleg knockoff game of unknown origin on an unmarked CD that is physically messed up with an X marked into it. Nah, there'd never be a virus on
No.
that. Nah, it's totally normal."
Yep.
Red flag number 2. Moving on. He reboots his laptop. There he saw it. Sitting at the very center of his desktop was an icon that appeared to be a black X. So, new shortcuts on desktop always go to the top left corner and then go down, snapping over only one column at a time until it finds an empty spot on your desktop. It's
Yeah.
not going to put it in the very center of your screen for dramatic effect. I get it's there for focus, but it pulls the immersion out from you.
Fair.
And again, there's some weird supernatural shit going on. So if Nanak wants to put that in the middle just from dramatic effect, I can't say that he shouldn't.
I'm just
But-
imagining now, like on his side, he like the shortcut pops up where it's supposed to, and then you just see like the mouse cursor like go over to it and drag it to the center. It's like, there
Yeah.
we go.
Looks better there, yeah. It's so silly.
You'll see it now.
Yeah, but that's the thing. If he's purposefully installing this game, he's wanting to play it. So
I know,
he's
but like,
going to see it.
yeah, it's
But
being
to
there for
him-
dramatic.
Yeah. The dramatic effect is just silly.
Yeah.
But I shall move on. In regards to the property shortcuts, or sorry, the properties of the shortcut. He right-clicked to check the properties. He was rather surprised to see there was literally nothing there. No type of file, no description, not even describing the location, size, or even the dates when he was created. I wish there were properties in here. Because if any of these things happened in regards to the installation, they are all red flags.
Yeah.
Like I get that we need to have Tom use this program to have the story happen, but why would you being Nonic, why would Nonic make all this setup to be as sketchy as fucking possible?
Yeah.
Like, why hide all that information? Put in useless, just like fake information in there if you want. It's like making it so plainly obvious that you should not be clicking this throughout every single stage of the installation, yet he does it again.
Yeah.
Which, to me, I think has clarified what this creature is. He is a Darwin demon. He is cleaning the gene pool of people who are actually dumb enough and willing to run this file.
And that's why he just like harvests so many souls in Durplin State College.
Damn right. That's why he's there.
Yeah. He's just like, hunting season's on.
Pretty much. Yeah. Oh, God.
So I did that voice wrong. It's like, hunting season's on. All right.
Yeah, totally. Oh, God. Okay, but I'm done with the installation. It can rest now.
Okay.
Moving on. Obligatory video game creepypasta note about the character not turning off the game when they say they fear for their own life.
Mhm.
Moving on. This game was clearly not approved by Sega. Sure, they threw in a creepy message in Sonic's CD to scare away hackers, but there was no way they would develop a game like this, let alone release it to the public. And then later on it says it had to have been made by someone other than Sega because there's no possible way this thing was... Oh, this thing actually talked to Tom. Could there? So I know at this point he's freaking out and trying to rationalize things because this is like after he's spooked out by it and all that.
Yeah.
Like in the outro to it. But I think it was clear it wasn't made by Sega the second he saw the disc.
Yeah.
And as soon as you booted the game up, there were no production credits or anything in the intro. I'm glad he quickly comes to the realization that this is just some fucked up fan game to him early on. Because like all of it, including the no way to actually talk to Tom bit, is doable, first off, in a mundane way as an actual game.
Yeah.
Because the whole sequence that played out, the whole sequence of him playing the game played like a scripted series of events. The animator could have like in regards to the character looking at Tom, the person like looking at the camera, the animator can easily just make the character look to the player's camera. They were essentially in a cutscene at that point. And even if they weren't, they can make it so the character is locked onto where the camera of the player is to make it like constantly follow you as you move around. They do that in horror games. They have the character always look at you no matter where you go.
Yeah.
And all the dialogue is all scripted stuff that's not specifically catered to him or random enough that it wouldn't actually make sense, you know?
Yeah.
And like considering it's a new game, the idea of like faces changing and like the blood and the transformations and stuff, that's all doable too. Like, hell, in Sonic Unleashed, Sonic turns into a werehog. That's the whole point of that game.
Yeah.
So even the transformation is very possible. So one thing that would push this over the edge is to make the character's vocal dialogue say Tom's name. Because then that would be like, okay, this can't be possibly programmed. There's some weird mumbo jumbo going on, you know?
Hello, Tom Miller. Would you like to play a game?
But like, even that is getting closer and closer to being doable for real.
I know.
Like his PC probably has his name set up under his user, and like these days, there's AI you can take and like put text to, and it'll just say it out in a somewhat acceptable way. And considering the way that Sonic's voice is described to us, it sounds good, but quote unquote not quite real, which is already how AI sounds like. Honestly.
Yeah, there's a reason why we've moved away from like, like there's a spirit trapped in this doll's body, i.e. Chucky, to oh no, we've created a smart doll, i.e. Megan.
Yeah.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. The ghost in the machine is real, and it's coming at us real fast.
Yeah, it's getting a little scary.
Yep.
That's real life horror right there.
Mm-hmm.
But that's the end of my notes for chapter 3.
Okay. Well, then I suppose on to chapter 4. So I'm gonna start with this. For chapter 4, I'll start with this this quote here. What is he? Some kind of yandere fan of Sonic's? Looks like Amy's got the competition, Vicky scoffed. Oh, please. Like Amy ever had a chance with Sonic. Quite frankly, I think Fiona's a better choice for Sonic. Mike looked at his girlfriend with a quizzical look. Who?
We're breaking up.
I kind of, again, this is kind of, I said this a little bit earlier. I kind of wish that Tom's friends were, it was established earlier that Tom's friends were like all Sonic fans too. Like it says they're into the game, or they're into games, as well, like mentioned with the Smash Bros and stuff, but like not as big as like Sonic fans as Tom, at least like it's never established until like now where we get deep cuts.
Is this like Vicky's reveal that she's like the deepest Sonic lore fan out of
all
of them?
Or like it would, I think it would actually work better if they it had established early on that like they were all part of a Sonic club, like kind of similar to the anime club, except like more specific.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And then the next thing here, I see, Green muttered. All right, I'm on my way over there. I already know where your room is, so I'll pick you up there and we'll check it out, okay? All right, see you then, Tom said. I really like it really feels like Detective Green is kind of sus here. Like, yeah. I don't know if I was like confusing like what happened in the previous version of the story, but like I was like, is Detective Green a cultist in the original story? It's like he's getting a little too like, oh yeah, I'm on my way. Don't worry, like don't tell anybody. I'm glad that you called me first.
Yeah,
God,
that is pretty suspicious.
yeah, it made me really suspicious of him. Also, the fact that why would they take
Include
Tom
Tom.
with them?
Yeah.
Yeah, a civilian, and effectively deputize him. Suddenly, shouldn't they be doing this all without Tom, alone, doing their job and stuff?
He
Uh,
did say that they're low on manpower or some shit.
yeah, and I also know that we wouldn't get part of the story for that, but realistically, I don't even think the that's necessarily. Honestly, I feel like most of the story, you didn't need the detect Tom getting pulled into the detective investigation. He could have just had his investigation with his friends on campus, trying to solve it themselves, or trying to solve it on their side while the detectives were doing their thing, off in the wings.
Well, yeah, because
Um,
also this story isn't told from a first person perspective.
yeah,
It's not even focused on Tom
no,
specifically. It doesn't have to be. Considering the end spoilers, it jumps to not have Tom as the main character. Weird.
yeah,
So this could just flip back and forth between following Tom and between following Green
yeah,
as they're
exactly,
investigating this in their different means.
yeah,
So Tom
but
being brought in specifically isn't necessary. So I'm agreeing with
yeah. But the way the story is, while it doesn't focus, Tom isn't. It's not first person perspective. It does focus it does center around Tom up until the last chapter.
you. It
So
does, but it doesn't have to, is what I'm saying.
yeah, exactly. We both agree.
Mhm.
What world are we living in? So the next thing here, hoping to find answers through Kyle's laptop, he returned to his dorm room and plugged the charger into it. Oh, hang on. Is this the yeah? Did he not do that earlier before getting picked up by Detective Green? I'm pretty sure he plugged in the laptop earlier to charge, but apparently he's going back to his dorm room to plug it in to charge it.
Maybe there's some time difference that we're not referred to.
Well,
That's not brought up.
the problem is he keeps switching his charge cord between Kyle's laptop and his laptop.
Yeah.
So the water gets muddied and you never know what's actually plugged into what.
Yeah. No, that's fair. Okay, and then I have this thing here, and so this is when the next death happens, and then there's the they're in the atrium, and the Detective Green addresses addresses the staff and students in that atrium. Even though you are all asleep, or even though you are all sleeping, eating, and are being educated in this establishment, like any other ordinary college, the fact still stands. A killer is still out there, and you are all not safe. If any of you see anything suspicious, go to any of your teachers that are nearby straight away. Whoever this killer is, it's likely he'll come back to continue his work. But know that you have the law on your side. We won't rest until we've found and apprehended the murderer. I cannot promise you the guarantee of your safety, but I will promise you this. As long as the law exists on this planet somewhere, somehow, this man will be brought to justice. And it will be certain that he won't hurt another innocent human being ever again. Thank you for your time. That ought to do it, Ray. Thanks. I mean, Derek. Seriously, that is the most terrible speech to calm people down in a crisis.
Yeah.
the fact that right after this speech, Tom is filled with confidence for Detective Green.
Because the plot says so.
Yeah, and I'm just like how did you actually listen to the same speech I just read?
They live in Durland.
Yeah, it really is. It's just I still love this. We won't rest until we found or apprehended the murderer. I cannot promise the guarantee of your safety. It's
yeah, I mean, yeah.
And it was to me, it's and at that, as soon as it's thank you, and then he walks off, and as soon as that he walks off, and the dean or the principal shows up, he's just everyone just starts screaming and running.
Yeah. That's probably what would happen.
Yeah. Oh my god, it was just so ridiculous. Like the school should definitely be closed to this point, but they don't.
Was it like the next day after finding Kyle's body?
Yeah, basically. Oh no, it was the weekend, wasn't it?
I also kind of had a hard time following the timeline.
Yeah, the timeline gets a little iffy, but like in pretty short order, a bunch of
within a week,
like,
there's another death.
Yeah. And honestly, by the second death, they definitely should just like evacuate the college and like send people home. Like that. This is ridiculous. This is honestly the dumbest like scenario. Like I'm sorry. Like I know that this is like a thing. Where it's like, oh well, like one I could see like them staying open and just like memorializing, but like once they realize that there's a killer in their campus killing people, especially somebody in a class, is like, no, yeah, they straight up need to like, they're not isolated in like the mountains, or it's not Hogwarts where it's like off in the wilderness. Like,
Yeah.
Well,
send the kids home.
well, they are isolated in that they're all in one building.
Oh my god, yeah. We'll get there. We'll get there. We will get there.
And yeah, it's one thing if the deaths were like different, but they're identical, so it's a serial killer. Like,
Yeah.
get the fuck out.
Yeah, get the fuck out. Like this atrium meeting should also have been like, all right, we're going to we're calling people, we're calling in buses and stuff like that. We're sending you guys all home, or like, or sending you guys to hotels or something like that to stay away from the school, because clearly,
And here's the thing: I get that if that happened, there wouldn't be a later part of the story, but you can work around that. Just like when this assembly is going on, and he's saying that he's closing in the school, they'll go to leave, and they're barricaded in. And then we get the final thing where everybody in the freaking college dies, like every single person.
Yeah.
So
it's just weird.
Basically, there's ways to make your story work with realistic choices while still not hampering your the like actual flow of the story and the things that you're wanting to have done. They just might have to happen earlier, sooner rather than later.
Yeah. But that is the end of my chapter 4 actual thoughts. Mikey.
Let's see here. This chapter sort of brings home the fact that this story seems to be written by someone who didn't do their research.
Yep.
Because like everyone knew the English teacher, or it seemed like it.
Yeah.
The principal holding an assembly. That's something that would happen in high school, but is highly unlikely to happen in college.
Yes. I did actually look it up. Colleges can have principals, but
yes,
yeah, when you think of college or university, you don't think of a principal, you think of the dean.
Yeah.
So.
Oh yeah, I didn't even think about that. I think it turned into high school for me.
Yeah, it really. I think honestly, this is definitely a case.
Yeah.
And I'm sorry if I'm stepping on your toes. If I am, stop me. This person probably is a high schooler who wrote this, or at least like that's what they know, and so they kind of treated college like similar to high school. Is my guess?
Maybe.
Yeah, they treated it like high school, but with dorms. Like that.
Yeah, which I think. I mean, there are high schools. Like preppy kind of high schools that do have dorms, or like there's high school level schooling out there that does have dorms, I believe. But yeah, like
I think
public high
school. To the knowledge was high school plus dorms equals college, and that's what was used for this. Is what Mikey's getting.
Yeah, and there's a quote here from the principal. "You may all return to your dorm rooms." What? Like, just because you're in college doesn't mean you have a dorm room.
Yeah.
It's
like no. There's residency outside of the campus. There's your home that you can drive to and from the college.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And also, in college, no one cares if you play football.
Yep.
As quoted, plus, I'm the class football champ. From one of the friends. Like, although I think one
Yeah.
of the responses was, "We don't care."
Yeah.
Yeah.
He's used to people caring from high school.
Yeah, yeah, it's definitely a case
He
of
as in the
like,
character.
yeah,
Mhm.
yeah, it's definitely a case of
Also, I'm not gonna lie, when you said like in college, no one I thought you were gonna say no one can hear you scream. That's I believe how you're gonna go with that.
in college, no one can hear you scream because your essay's due in 1 hour.
No.
All right.
Yeah.
So my next actual thought here is in regards to Detective Green's speech.
Yeah.
And I have the first quote here. I just want to say that I deeply apologize for the recent couple of tragedies that have taken place.
I shouldn't have done
Like, yeah. Yeah,
With
unless
him.
he's the killer, he shouldn't be apologizing.
Yeah, I mean, like it's that kind of thing. Where, like, I'm sorry, like the what, like what happened to you, or the kind of thing. It's like my condolences, but yeah, it always sometimes comes out like awkward. Like, why are you sorry? You didn't do anything.
Well, I mean, he gets into it a little bit, basically apologizing to say like, I said I would protect you kids, and then I didn't. So
Yeah.
because more got killed, he's taking it as his fault.
Mhm.
Rightly so, because he didn't leave anyone at the school. Like there weren't any officers just like hanging out at the school.
There was that one cop at the crime scene of the teacher. That was it.
Yeah, but
Yeah.
after.
Yeah, no,
I
that's
meant
true.
like during normal operating hours, they should have had a few cops just walking around school.
Again, let's be honest. By the second killing, they should have evacuated this entire college.
Oh yeah,
It should
But
not
we're
have lasted this long. Yeah.
Right. And then the next quote from his speech. But I will promise you this. As long as a law exists on this planet somewhere, somehow, this man will be brought to justice. So he's an alien detective?
Hmm.
From a different planet? Why would you say planet?
Yeah, it's a very weird speech. Like, does not fill me with confidence, and it's just kind of awkward.
I mean, freaking Nanak isn't from Earth,
He's
so
from another
aliens
dimension.
exist. So it's entirely possible that he is just a good alien working for the Supernatural Task Force.
Yeah, yeah. Derek Green is actually a Supernatural Task Force agent.
Yeah.
Oh, well, that explains it. Because, I mean, how else is he letting his sister join in on the investigation?
Yeah. There's an entire
how else is-
division of Sarahs.
and how he's able to let Tom be part of the investigation, even though he's a civilian. It's
Yeah,
because
I mean,
he has supernatural task force powers to let people look beyond it.
yeah. Well, I mean, in Delta Green, Tom is what we would like to call a friendly, somebody who is not actually in the conspiracy, like as an agent, but is somebody that the agents can like use as an asset or a resource while in the field. So, but wait, Derek Green, Delta Green. Whoa. Sorry.
My next actual thought is that I learned something.
Oh,
I didn't actually know of Fiona Fox from the Sonic Archie comics.
yeah. I didn't really follow the comics, so that was a new one
likewise.
too.
Mhm.
Yeah, like I had to look her up to see what she actually looked like. So,
All right. Next quote I have here. The next was his battery. His battery was originally a good 95% when he played the game last night, but now it was at 36%. This confused Tom, because a computer battery wasn't supposed to go down. Go down when the computer was turned off. And I'm like, okay, well, maybe he accidentally put it in sleep mode. Like
It's a lot of
laptop.
power consumption for sleep mode, though.
Yeah,
Well,
it's definitely it's got something like going on in the background.
You put it
Yeah.
into like nightmare mode. Like
Yeah,
he was not
well-
having a restful sleep at all. He was in
Like-
sleep paralysis mode.
Sleep paralysis. Yeah, the laptop sleep paralysis.
Yeah.
We got aliens in the story, and now computer sleep paralysis.
Had to work it in somehow.
Excellent.
All right, so the next quote I have is in regards to Officer Craven.
Ah, yes.
He's obviously a cop that does field work. Like he's out in the field, not sitting at a desk pushing papers. Yet Tom at one point says, at least he's out chasing the bad guy instead of sitting around at his desk annoying everybody around him. And I'm like, but
He is out in the
But
field.
he's standing at a
Yeah.
door.
Yeah. Also,
Yeah.
how does Tom what does Tom know about this guy? Like Tom knows nothing about this dude. Like he's just
No.
yeah.
Yeah, Tom knows nothing of this police officer, yet he insults them and apparently hits it right on the nose. And I'm like,
Yeah.
what?
It's like he rolled a luck check really well and just like on his baseless accusation and insult.
Yeah, considering it brought up like the desk thing, like I was thinking, was he sitting at the teacher's desk inside or sitting in one of the schools, one of the like the kids' desks area, like when they went in to investigate? But no, because he stopped them outside, right?
Yeah. So he's like
He was just standing there.
Yeah.
So a better way is like he could have swapped the insult around to be like, at least he's chasing the bad guy instead of standing around like a glorified doorman.
yeah, that would have been good.
That would be more apt because
Yeah.
he's literally just
Mhm.
guarding a door, which is important. I'm not throwing shade at anyone guarding a door in a situation like this, but if you need to be a dick to someone, choose the proper dicking to dick the dick with. His name is Richard also.
Yeah, that is true, yeah.
All right. So my next quote here. Tom did not want to imagine the possibility of there being any supernatural forces at work, despite the rising amount of evidence to the contrary. To which my response is, I'm not saying it's supernatural, guys, but it's supernatural.
Yeah, basically.
And then my next quote here. The classroom for the anime club's still open right now. Why don't we link Tom's laptop to the projector and we can watch the game on the projector screen? And thinking about it, I don't think there was many clubs in college. At least the college experience I've had. And the whole anime club thing actually reminds me that of an anime I watched way back when, where they actually had like an anime club in an anime. So I'm wondering if this guy that wrote this story was a fan of anime and said, "Oh, there must be an anime club in college."
Sure.
Actually, with my college experience, we did have an anime club.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah.
Did you have a room dedicated to it, or did you just
Yeah,
go around to different rooms and such?
Well, we'd go to the one of the we had we could like rent out one of the classes that had like a projector, like, and like go down and like actually like check out the screen stuff. So I actually had a good visual for this scene specifically.
But you didn't have a specific room like this room is only used for anime club.
Yeah, no, there wasn't a dedicated like anime room, but there was like a couple of rooms that we could rent out like after hours basically to watch stuff. So yeah, my college it was like we had there was a pretty healthy anime club at the time. So
Nice.
Yeah.
All right. And that's the end of my chapter 4.
All right. Well, gamer.
The first quote is, I'm assuming this is like before they actually started playing and they were talking about it. Are you going to play more of it later? Maybe we can watch you play it and to see what it's all about. Oh no, Vicky interrupted. I'm not going to watch you guys play a game where Sonic is killing his best friends and shit. That's not like him at all. Like, again, it's like with the whole situation of like, you guys will not sully the great name of Sonic. I will have no part of it. You know?
Yeah, no, really, like, not my Sonic.
Yeah.
I need that as a
angel sent to us from heaven.
I need that as a T-shirt now, just like not my hashtag, not my Sonic.
Yeah, like the way that she talks about this, and also the way that the others respond, it almost sounds like they're all characters in the Sonic world talking about playing a game that was made about the real life Sonic.
Yeah,
like this game just besmirches Sonic's good real name.
It also, I feel like this would have actually made more sense if it had been established that these guys are all part of the Sonic Club. Like, like specifically, like there's a club that this group of friends has started because they're all fans of Sonic, and so they all like watch like Sonic media or play games of Sonic and stuff like that.
Yeah,
because again, there's also gaming. There were like some like little like niche clubs that like, again, from my college experience, it's not the same as everybody's obviously, but like there were like little clubs that we'd form for like that we'd like go and like watch stuff after hours. So
yeah, making me think of that, of them being in the Sonic world. Like, what would they be? Would it be like Tom the Cat, Mike the Rhino, Vicky the Mouse, and like Roger the Dog or something?
God damn, that's actually really good.
Yeah, Mike would be a Rhino because he plays football, and Tom the Cat because Tom
the alley cat.
Yeah.
Indeed. Because he's so lazy.
That too. Yeah.
Yeah.
Then a little bit later on, he's like talking about the laptop. It's still at 11%, even though he like keeps charging it day after day. He's been trying to charge this laptop for days and it hasn't moved a single percent. Stop trying.
Yeah, it's like
I originally assumed that these percentages were some sort of a counter. And it's like when it gets down to 11%, Tom will die. Like when his own laptop gets down to 11%, because that's what Kyle's was.
You die in the laptop, you die for real.
Yeah, basically, it's kind of how I thought it was, because like charging was doing nothing. But spoilers, it does not have anything to do with that directly. And the whole obsession over the charge percent, I don't think really paid off.
No,
because like, it unnecessarily took forever to charge, and like it being lower didn't really mean anything.
Yeah,
it's filler, unfortunately.
Mm-hmm.
Then this next note is basically like, we briefly talked about it. I don't know how I feel about Tom being directly brought in to do the detective work, because the story isn't being told in first person, so he didn't need to join. It could have easily just like had Tom do his thing with the Scooby-Doo gang, and then have Green do his thing with the police procedural, and just mesh the two together.
Yeah, I definitely agree. I do think like the story, like it is told, it is from Tom's perspective, even though it's not first person, because you can do that with third person. But this would have benefited had it just like been like talking about Tom's stuff, and then like we occasionally go back to Derek. Like we kind of, especially by the end, like when we get that ending bit where it is all from the perspective of Derek. And then so like, yeah, I do agree like with you though. We could have definitely had some like scenes that were just like from Derek's perspective in third person. Like we like cut away to another scene kind of thing.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
And like in regards to Tom and everyone thinking like, oh, the game can't possibly kill people, right? It sounds silly, but like maybe the game is mundanely just simply programmed to induce seizures, so the killer can just waltz in and do his dirty work.
I mean, yeah, that is something that has happened in the past. Not like to this malicious intent, but like there are like games that like have caused seizures and such. So,
or simply the game is just so compelling, like such a compelling distraction to the victim, that the killer can also get in there with them, completely distracted by this weird game that they made.
Yeah, it's almost like a mundane mimetic effect. Like it's not like a supernatural mimetic virus thing that like brain fuckles you, but it's like something that is it just gets you into into like the groove of something so like immersive that like you ignore the rest of your outside extremities, like kind of stuff.
Mm-hmm.
It's like when I'm playing a video game, like and getting really immersed, and then my niece cultist walks into the sneaks into the room and just like, hey, I was like, Gah!
Yeah, just that, but also with a knife.
Well, she's done that a couple of times too, but
Oh, okay. I shouldn't be surprised.
He doesn't have to worry until she comes in with a chainsaw and a hockey mask.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, that's just Halloween. Niece cultist is becoming Wednesday Addams more and more every year.
A little bit, yeah. But yeah, I shall move on though. And in regards to the Scooby-Doo part that I mentioned, yeah, the kids basically did become Scooby-Doo, the gang, you know?
Yeah, basically.
Although
It's
just without plot armor.
yeah, like Scooby-Doo gang or like the Monster Squad or the Goonies. Like it became very much like one of those like 80s 90s kids groups that are like trying to solve the mystery, except they don't have any plot armor, like you said. They just
like as soon as it said like, no, I don't think he's gonna risk it. If anyone's now aware he's been targeting this college, chances are he's gonna lay low for a while. I'm kind of hoping he shows up so we can catch him. Wouldn't it be insane if the four of us actually caught this bastard ourselves? That'd be cool.
Okay, I just realized something, and not to keep going back to it, but it's like they thought they were the Scooby-Doo gang. Turns out they were just a bunch of kids from a group of friends from a slasher flick movie, like Stay Alive.
Yeah, basically. Yeah.
Who like are there to get killed off. But yeah, this is the first. Yeah, like this part is the first 30 minutes, and then them getting picked off and killed and stuff like that is like the last is the rest of the movie.
Yes, or this whole story is the first 30 minutes, and the rest of the movie is Green chasing down everyone else.
Yeah,
after the massacre of everything.
Yeah,
but either way, that is the end of my chapter 4 notes.
All right, on to chapter 5. So I got this quote here. I haven't decided on a new game this time. I've had a bit of a busy day, so instead, I'm just gonna drop someone into a new room for you. Feel free to explore. Nobody's going anywhere, after all. So, this is like when they're like they're all in the room with the projector and like playing the game. And like this happens, so it's like this is the dialogue that happens. It's like, and then the doors to the classroom were audibly locked, which would have been a really cool scene. It's like, and showed like maybe a little bit more of like a little bit of a weird set, like a creepy setup for like, you know, Sonic.EXE like having some kind of influence on reality, or even the cultists just like stalking the group and then like locking the doors on the kids while they're there.
Done mundanely, but either way, if that happened, it would put like the creepy part a little too early. That's before they even really explore playing the game at that point.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, and
as it is, it's foreshadowing.
Yeah,
because at that point the cultists are barricading them in.
That is actually true. they do
the same day. Yeah,
I think it was. Yeah, I think.
Maybe.
Yeah. And then we get this part here. Weren't we just in that funhouse? Weren't we just in that funhouse room not too long ago? This is getting goddamn freaky. I don't know if we should keep playing this, guys, Vicky said, an obvious hint of fear in her voice. And so we get to another dumb trope in video game creepypastas. And I feel you guys, like my co-hosts, can agree on this. Why are they weirded out while they're playing this game and it's like changing? Like levels can change and physics can alter based on like trigger mechanics in games. Like that's an established fact in real life. Like I literally just finished watching a video this week of a really cool Doom mod that somebody made for a creepypasta-esque kind of ARG thing called My House, and it's got some crazy cool like mechanics to it, but like no one's freaking out over like, oh, this can't be real, like how can they do this and stuff like that. No, they're getting creeped out by the actual story that the mod is trying to tell. Not
that's what Vicky's trying to get across. It's not this can't be happening. Oh no, it's this is I don't like watching this. This is creepy. Like the same way that someone would be opposed to watching a creepy movie.
I don't know. I kind of got the impression that they're more freaking out over like how can they be like in like how can the levels be changing and stuff like that, rather than like them just getting a weird like feeling of the story. Like maybe it's just me, but I don't know.
Maybelline, though.
Yeah.
Maybe. But I'll move on to the next thing here. Tom was on the alert by this point. The last time he was in the ruined city, he stumbled across that Sonic creature. Thankfully, his fear subsided as it felt like the creature wasn't there, or wasn't here this time, as he explored it. Suddenly, those fears immediately shot back the minute he heard the clown-like laughter again, echoing across the silence of the city. The sudden abruptness of the laughter making all of his friends jump. So for me, like reading this part, like where he's getting all kind of tense, then the tenseness is going away, then he gets freaked out again. As like there's jump scares, and then there's mood whiplash. Like I felt like it happened way too like it's like I'm tense. All right, calm down. Oh God. Like it's like it happened all too like the tenseness, then the calmness, then the jump scare thing kind of happened all too quickly for me. Like there should have been a little bit more of more of a delay of like him being calm and like letting his guard down before like they got the jump scare.
Mm-hmm.
But then the next thing I have here, the creature then began to reach a hand towards them, as if he was planning to grab them, and Tom could see his hand was black, ending in long, sharp claws. "Tom, turn it off! Turn it off!" Roger screamed. And as everyone was backing away and screaming in terror, Tom began to see why. So this is like when the creature's like almost seems to be coming out of the projector screen, and like Tom has to go and like turn off the laptop and such. I was getting some major It vibes, like specifically from like the newer It movies that have came out, because there's straight up a scene where Pennywise takes control of a projector they're using to like look at like images and photos and maps of Derry and such, and literally bursts out of the projector screen to scare the living shit out of the kids. And actually that is another example of an eldritch entity wearing a facade of some childhood thing to get at its victims. So it kind of made me wonder if this author has read some Stephen King, or at least like watched some of the movies. Though then again, like
chapter 3 of it then.
Actually, chapter 3 is actually in production currently.
Oh, is it? Okay.
Yeah. But yeah, no, like, and again, like this isn't a Stephen King specific like trope. Like this is a trope that is, like happens all the time, like in horror and stuff, and it's cool. But it's just like I literally like jumped back to that scene where from the newer It movie where like Pennywise comes out of the projector.
Mm-hmm.
So, and then this part happened. So this is after like he turns off the projector. The giant black clawed hand that was in the room with them was gone. Silence. So it just kind of like as soon as he turned off the screen, it like faded away. Like rather than like, but I think it would have been kind of even like creepier if it had like severed, and for a moment was like still in the in the room with them, like trying to get at them before it like finally faded away. Just to kind of just to show like that it was getting closer to entering our world. Like it was like that. It was dangerously close.
And have it actually interact with stuff.
Yeah, like maybe like flick around. Like I mean, most again, based if this is like a college room like I'm used to, the tables are probably not movable, but like the chairs might be, or like some of the or moving some things around, like some of the stuff that isn't like bolted in place around the front of the class. Like maybe the teacher's desk kind of gets like shoved off to the side or something like that. Or like papers go flying, something like that.
Yeah, even if it just falls and like lands on the teacher's desk and like knocks,
just like and just like falls down and like starts twitching, and or like kind of disappears behind the desk and then starts crawling like a wall master from Zelda. But my next thing here, whatever that is, this actually harkens back to what you said. You've been saying, gamer.
Mm-hmm.
Whatever that thing is that we just saw, that is definitely not Sonic. Yeah, no shit, man, Mike groaned. Thank you. I have literally thought the same thing every time someone in the story has said, "That's not Sonic. That's definitely not Sonic."
Yeah.
And it's just like, I'm glad that somebody in the story also like voiced my thought here on this.
I did bring that up in my grammar.
Yeah.
Actually,
Oh yeah. Yeah, you did. Sorry.
it's okay.
Then the next thing here. Anyway, we should probably head back into our dorms. That was a weird game, Tom, but it was fun hanging out with you during it. Roger said. Yeah, you too, man. Tom responded. See you guys later. Ow. That actually hurt when I first read that. Like, oh man, we just rolled sand checks as a demon tried to get us through a projector. Anyway, it was really fun hanging out, man. I'll see you later. Like,
Be real.
like,
If that should happen to you, you would absolutely do it again.
I mean, shut up, but yeah,
So
you're right.
what are you talking about?
But like, it's like for like people that aren't me, I expect a normal reaction.
Oh, I see.
Like,
Yeah, normal.
not just like, oh man, that was terrifying. It was fun hanging out though, Tom. We'll have to do it again sometime. It's like that would be me, but I don't think that's right. That's a normal response.
Yeah.
Um, like if I was actually in that situation, I don't necessarily know if I would actually be like, oh man, that was terrifying. Well, I mean, the experience otherwise was fun, but like, except for the life-threatening aspect.
Yeah, if there was a little bit of extra put on it, it's like it was cool hanging out, even though we almost died. Like,
Yeah.
Something.
A little bit more awkwardness. It's just like,
Yeah,
it was
just
super
a little
chill
bit.
the way they said it. Yeah. And then the next thing here, after signing in, he looked through the books first on his way to the computers. After a short browse, he stumbled across probably one of his more favorite books, Beneath the Layers of Reality by Jack Cranley. I tried to find this book online, and as far as I know, it doesn't exist. Nor does the author, as like a physics writer or some kind of writer at all for that kind of thing. I was genuinely curious about this book because I was like, this seems kind of interesting to me, and kind of sad that I can't find it in a Google search. So if it does exist, if the author or somebody like listens to this and like, oh yeah, that actually like I actually know where that is, like please let me know where I can find it, because like what is this a reference to, or is this just a fictional book that the author made? But moving on to the next thing here, Tom looked through one, same details as. Oh, so this is in regards to when he's like looking through the newspaper articles and such on the deaths. So Tom looked through one, same details as what Green told him. People found in their homes, mouth ripped open, their esophaguses torn apart on the inside, their laptops damaged in some way, everything. I don't think that a newspaper article would necessarily go into like graphic detail, like giving them like exactly the details of like how the person was killed, like mouth ripped open, their esophagus torn out. Like, I don't think that would definitely come across as like insensitive. Like, you definitely like in terms of like newspaper articles.
Yeah, to get that sort of information, he would have to like see what the police have on it.
Yeah, that's
publicly available.
Exactly. That's more something that you would be in the police archives or in like a police database rather than the newspaper. In fact, actually, I think even in again referencing Stay Alive, there is actually a similar kind of investigation part of that game or of that movie where the character because of like they're interning at like a law firm, so they're able to like hack into or access illegally police records. And that's how they're able to find out that like there's a bunch of other people that have died in a similar vein as their friend in the game when they were playing the game and such.
Yeah.
So, but that's more of like that made more sense because like he's interning at like a law firm kind of thing. So they can get access to like police records and stuff.
And in this story, was he looking at physical newspapers or was he Googling stuff?
I think he was at a computer in the library looking up newspaper articles.
Okay. Because I don't even know if those articles would have been released, like unless the police put this information out there to like raise awareness or something.
I don't think it would be that the killings would probably be out there in a newspaper article, but the details, the gory details, would not be mentioned.
Yeah.
And the next thing here is something I had to Google as well, and annoyed that I did because it's stupid. When he Googled souls, he found an interesting article called the 21 grams experiment, a scientific study back in the early 1900s, theorizing how human souls had mass. So I discovered a new thing while reading this story and like looking it up. This 21 grams theory was a real thing someone postulated. There's a whole Wikipedia article. You can actually check it out on it. And among like other sources and stuff. Though I just got to say, despite being a clearly bogus like fringe science test, it works for the story for a little bit, but it was the test which were both accused of selective reporting, i.e. the guy only used like 6 people in his test to get this, like didn't have a large group of people to for testing on this, and had animal cruelty. Apparently the doctor Duncan McDougall killed 15 healthy dogs to prove animals don't have souls.
Wow.
Oh.
So aside from it being bogus, like again being accused of having selective reporting and animal cruelty tied to it and such, this guy checked for the weight changes at the time of a person's death to prove that his hypothesis. But if there was any weight change, wouldn't that have been from the person's bowel release, which is something that does happen when a body dies?
Yeah.
So like it's not the soul departing the body, it's your poop. Like it's all the waste, it's all the waste in your bowels that's likely evacuating.
You would have to weigh them directly before and then after death with whatever clothes and whatever they're wearing.
Yeah.
Like,
yeah, exactly. So like I'm guessing he, like for the 6 people that he tested, I don't know the full details, but like I'm assuming that he probably went to like a hospital where somebody was like terminally like ill, got their weight measurements right before they died, and then waited for them to actually expire and then got another weight test. Maybe.
Well, we don't know the details, and it's a stupid theory to begin with. So
yeah, I just like to say, fuck this guy and his stupid theory.
What year was it in?
It was in the 1900s. So I have to go back to the Wikipedia article to find out the exact time that he was doing this. But
it was before people like actually cared about a lot of things, though. So
yeah,
I get why this would be okay back then.
Yeah, and apparently he didn't want to, like he wanted to use like deathly or like sickly or deathly, like on the verge of death dogs, but he couldn't find any, so he used 15 healthy dogs, supposedly. Yeah, so not a great time.
The real horror.
Yeah, is learning that stupidity. But I'll move on to the next thing here. It's actually my last one for chapter 5. His blood ran cold the minute he heard the announcer's voice, unnerved and slightly shaken. Attention all students. There's been another murder. All students report to the atrium immediately. And so they're going to start evacuating students from the school now, right? Because there's been now like 3 or 4 murders at this point, right? Right? No.
Wrong.
No, they don't. They're stupid. It's Derpland. Welcome to Derpland State. But that concludes my chapter. Oh, yeah.
So this is the high school in Derpland where they kill off the people that have an ounce of smartness in them.
Oh, okay. It's 20. It's not 21 grams of soul. It's 21 grams of smarts.
Oh, I see. It's a gifted school,
yeah,
quote unquote.
Oh God, it's terrible. Final girl academy. But that's the end of my chapter 5. So Mikey, you're up.
All right. So my first quote here basically emphasizes how Tom is an idiot. Hey, does that X look bigger to you guys? Tom asked quietly. And I'm like, his friends weren't there when he played the game the first time.
Yeah, they don't.
How would they know? Like,
yeah. It's really stupid.
Yeah.
And he can ask that, but they should be like, bigger than what?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And like, it's okay for him to ask it because he's like getting weirded out by it. But again, make it realistic. Have people react realistically to it.
Indeed.
All right. And then my next quote here. He didn't want to admit what he had experienced was something supernatural, and that there wasn't a rational way to explain what had happened. Again, I'm not saying it's supernatural, guys, but it's supernatural.
Tom's just got crazy hair and a really dumb suit on the whole time.
And that's the end of my chapter 5 notes.
Okay. All right, gamer.
And that's the end of my chapter 5 notes.
Okay, on to chapter 6. He felt his heart pound in shock as realization began to run him over like the world's most harshest sledgehammer. That is a very unique and strange analogy.
Maybe steamroller would work better.
I think that's what it's supposed to be, but like we get sledgehammer.
Yeah, either what did it say? Roll him over?
Realization began to run him over like the world's most harshest sledgehammer.
Yeah, maybe knock him over like a sledgehammer.
Yeah, knock him over. Yeah,
or run him over like a steamroller,
or even like a lawnmower. Like sledgehammer just doesn't fit in that analogy. It's just really weird. It's like not even like a cool nonsensical like line like from like how Wesley Snipes like made improv some really cool lines from like the Blade movies. Yeah, it's just very odd. Very odd choice of words.
Well, it's just because of the run over thing, which immediately means it needs to be a vehicle.
Yeah, it is very, very peculiar. Moving on to the next thing here. Do you got any evidence to support that? Not just yet. I'm operating on a hunch. Tom had his eyes deadly set on his laptop, closed, and sitting quietly on his desk. There was a certain point pretty early on in the story where I just checked out or like turned off part of my brain to accept that Tom would be so easily deputized for this case. Like we've been mentioning it a couple of times in the story, like in our conversation here, but it's just like, yeah, there's definitely a moment where and this is not the moment, but like there's a moment earlier than this that I was just like, you know what? Fuck it. Tom's deputized, whatever. Yeah. Just really bugged me.
Tom has to be shoehorned into every scene.
Yeah, because how else are we going to get the plot? We certainly can't have like a scene change or a character perspective change.
Yeah.
But I'll move on to the next thing I have here. It seems like less and less students are coming to class. He gestures all around the cafeteria, prompting Mike and Tom to look around. Tom was rather surprised he hadn't noticed it, but indeed, the number of students present in the cafeteria seemed to have reduced. Tom did a head count to confirm it. So again, this is kind of harkening back to what we've been saying about the high school thing. So based on my experience, like this story doesn't quite understand how college works. I was willing to let it go at first, like with the principal thing instead of a dean. The way it brings up students in class and head counts in this cafeteria, like students like in college don't have all the same classes. They have multiple. There's different courses going on. So like the kind of traffic that you get in the lunch in the cafeteria area, at least in my college, was constantly in flux. Based on like when people's classes or courses were going on and such, and like if people even had courses or classes that day. So it definitely feels like this person is relying more on their high school experience rather than any kind of college experience. And again, not to say that
like with the cafeteria thing, it almost feels like prison in a way, where it's like it's lunchtime, everyone has to be here. They can't be anywhere else.
Yeah, but like, because like we like. Again, I'm just basing this on my college experience. Like we had this like large lunch area that we all did. So my group of friends would meet at sometimes, and like it did get busier around lunchtime, like around like noon. But it was like that basically. It fluctuated based on people's like courses. So yeah, very peculiar. But that is the end of my actual thoughts for chapter 6. So, Mikey.
All right. My first note here is an assembly again.
Another one?
Almost like we have to
like
have one
that.
every single time there's a murder here.
Maybe they should
Yeah.
kick everybody out of the school for their safety.
All right, and then we have quotes from the principal. Firstly, all students are to return to their dorm rooms by 6 p.m. every evening, and they are to stay there. And my response is, again, the author doesn't know how colleges work, as some classes in college start at 7 p.m. and end at 11 p.m.
Yeah. Like, I'm very curious because because this unless this is like an academic experience that this person has had, or or is this something like this experience is different maybe in America or like another part of the world where this person's from, like, but yeah, it's very bizarre for us who are like went to colleges in Canada. It's just like it's not how that works based on our experiences.
Yeah. And at this point, I'm was beginning to think of this whole situation as isolated. So maybe the college is on a cruise ship.
Oh
Like,
God, it's like that one show. Fuck, what was that show called? Do you know? Do you know what that show? Remember what the show was called?
I think it was called Breaker High.
You're absolutely right. It was Breaker High. Oh my God, and it was because it was like one of like the first like shows with Ryan Gosling in it. Ah man, I loved Breaker High like back as a kid. Like that was such a fun show. It was so dumb but fun.
Yeah, but that would explain why these people aren't leaving.
Yeah. Exactly. That's why their dorm rooms are like why everything's like locked down at the end. It's like they can't leave. They're on a fucking cruise ship. So Derek's actually like part of the like he's actually like working with the Coast Guard when he's trying to arrive.
Just arrive by boat or helicopter every time.
Oh my God. See, like that would actually be cool. Like that was actually like incorporated in the story. Like that's why the college is like all enclosed and stuff. It's because it's on a cruise ship. Oh my God. Why didn't we get that? Why didn't we get Breaker High, the creepypasta?
And also there would be no need to board up the school because like they're not going to go anywhere.
Yeah, just kill they just killed the engines and like destroyed all the lifeboats.
Yeah.
Or removed all the lifeboats. Boom, done. That's how you isolate a full college. My God. Thank you, Mikey.
Right. Then the next quote from the principal here. Secondly, all students are to be taken to their classes by a teacher. No exceptions.
Yeah,
this seems like it would be one of the hardest rules to enforce.
Yep.
Like even if you assume that there's 30 people in a class for one teacher, that teacher has to go around to all the dorm rooms and be like, knock knock, it's time for class, and just escort a bunch of people through the hallways.
Yeah. I think we know. I think I have this idea now why like why X was able to like kill all the campus like people like so easily like in like a smorgasbord. It was because most of the teachers were like, take me. Like this is bullshit. Just end it. The teachers, like the staff, were just like running to X to have their souls taken.
All right.
Yeah.
And then my next quote here is when Tom is talking to Detective Green because he has a theory.
Yeah.
And the question is, was there anything in the reports about their body weight? and I just cringed. And my thoughts were, why, yes, there was. It says here that the coroner weighed them before and after their death, and there was 21 grams missing. Also, with this information, we have determined that it was the coroner the entire time. What a dastardly fellow.
He was testing to see if this theory was correct about killing people and the weight of their souls. But he couldn't get anyone to volunteer, so he just took some of these people.
Yeah.
He's the great descendant of, what's the guy's name?
Donald McDougal?
Yeah.
Or hang on, let me double check.
Yeah.
He's a dude.
Duncan McDougal.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
The Dougler. The McDougler.
And then, after thinking that, we get this quote. The latest victim weighed 155 pounds before he died. Dread built up within Tom, then calmly asked, did he lose weight or something? Yeah, about 21 grams, actually.
That's no. Yeah, story, no, please. I beg you.
The thing that bugs me about this even more is, like, to get the grammage,
Yeah.
that is 0.046 pounds difference.
Yeah,
And
I know.
A lot of the time, if someone's weighing themselves, it's like, I'm 180 pounds. Like, you don't go into the grammage.
Yeah.
You know?
It would have been so much, like, I think it might have been worked better if it, like, he was 155 and then, like, they checked him again and he was 154-ish. Like,
yeah, but even still,
I know,
you could
even
be on the
still,
higher side of 54 or 55, you know, so you would still be 55.
Yeah, or he was just over like 154.5, like, or something like it's really dumb. Like I really hate it.
Yeah.
Also, the other thing with, like, deaths and all that, let's say you get shot or stabbed. Guess what? You're losing grammage because your blood's leaking out.
Yep.
Yeah, exactly. You're losing quarts of blood. Again, you're losing quarts of blood. Your bowels are evacuating, which might also, like, drop the weight a bit. Yeah. Also, I think like I don't know. Like, this is a really weird question. Do you urinate as well? Like, do you just evacuate your urine as well on top of your fecal matter and such?
Probably.
Well,
Probably, yeah.
Nothing to hold it back. So
yeah, so there's no muscle. Yeah, there's no muscle restraint. So yeah, it just completely loosens, and so, like, that's where, like, all that happens. So yeah, like, yeah, you just, like, completely, like, evacuate your bladder and your intestines when you die. It's like, so yeah, that right there is at least a pound, or at least half a pound, I'd imagine.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not a doctor, but
yeah. So yeah, continuing on. So my thought process, like, yep, it's the coroner.
Yeah.
Yeah, it could be. Totally. One last bit about the weight thing, though, is, like, us normally living our normal lives, not being murdered, our weights change.
Yeah, we're constantly in flux
because we're constantly eating food, drinking liquid, going to the bathroom, so
burning calories.
Yeah. So the only way to quote unquote prove this 21 grams thing is if you get a measurement and then you are immediately killed without losing any blood, and then immediately weighed again.
Yep.
Like, it's ridiculous.
It is very ridiculous. Yeah.
Yeah.
Like, it's such a stupid theory. Yeah.
Yeah. And then continuing on with the weight quotes. Did all of them lose 21 grams in weight? He had to sit down as soon as he heard the response. Holy shit. Yeah, they all did. So at this point, I just started laughing hysterically at how bad this chapter is.
Yeah. I gotta say, like, as much as I'm willing to partially recommend this story, the entire investigatory, that's probably not a word, the entire investigative aspect where, like, Tom is helping Detective Derek needs to be worked on or just cut out. Like,
just take Tom out of the scenario.
Yeah, just take Tom out of the scenario, or even, like, replace or get rid of Derek and, like, the detective stuff, and just have Tom and his friends, like, get attacked earlier than they do. It will make the story shorter, but it would get to the meat and potatoes that is actually good about the story, which is the beginning, and then, like, near the end.
See, when you think about it,
Yeah.
the whole thing with Detective Green and stuff, he didn't really like add anything to the story
No.
or help at all. So like
Yeah.
spending so much time with him was a little unnecessary.
Yeah, like if you want to have like an investigative bit, like you can do that with like the kids, like having like they're doing their own little like gumshoe things, like their own little like they're doing their own little investigation like as students at the college. Like they can't get into access to places, but like they could still do some things and then like or look into the game itself. Like actually, a lot of the story isn't really about the game; it's mostly about the investigation of the murders. When it really should focus more on like the investigating the game and why it's so weird, and then oh god, it's connected to these deaths that are happening around campus. Like, yeah, I like it really like the investigative part really needs to be worked on for the story, I think.
Yeah. And back to the wait.
Yes. Oh, God.
So Gamer mentioned blood loss.
Mhm.
Well, there should be considerable blood loss from each victim because they had their jaws ripped open.
Yep, and their esophaguses like pureed
ripped
or
open the exact same way every time too, so
Yeah.
it would be consistent.
Yeah.
Yep.
Unless he was leaving like an arm inside of them or something, so that they weighed exactly 21 grams after they died.
Yep.
Wait, that's the signature of the supernatural entity. He makes sure that they just weigh 21 grams less when they're dead.
It's a weird specific thing that a killer would
X. Oh man, X is actually Duncan McDougal.
Yeah.
The ghost of he's the demonic ghost of Duncan McDougal. Come back,
Donick McDougal.
McDougal. God damn it. Oh wow.
All right. And then my last quote here for chapter 6. Wait, won't we get in trouble for being out of class? Vicky asked worriedly. You're in the cafeteria. Shouldn't you have gotten there via teacher escort? No? Then no one's following the stupid rules.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
Yeah, because there is so specific about everyone has to walk with a teacher with like there's no way getting around that, and then we never see that.
Yep.
Yeah.
Like even just one scene of them having to walk to the cafeteria with a teacher, like would cement that okay, that's happening, but it's not once.
Yeah. It's very strange.
Yeah. So that's the end of my chapter 6.
Okay. Gamer.
Okay. Yeah, we kind of talked about this, how, the third murder and like a lot of people are dead now, and like the school's still running. It should
Evacuate the college now. Yeah.
But either way, we get on to learning some more, and Tom gets in touch with Green, who gives him some more backstory about the cult and such.
Mhm.
This group started popping up all over the media. A bunch of psychotic oddballs, but they didn't seem crazy enough to warrant an arrest compared to this case. Though I have my suspicions about them. They call themselves the Cult of X. And their theme song? First we're gonna rock, then we're gonna roll. Then we let it pop, go, let it go. X don't give it to you.
Yes. Knock, knock, open up the door and squeal.
The nonstop pop-up of your
Stainless steel?
esophagus getting ripped.
And no. It's like, what was the first part of that? It's like
knock knock, open up the door, it's real.
yeah, and then what's the last?
Nonstop pop.
Your soul's getting your soul's a steel.
Yep. There you
go. Shit.
There's my second sing song you want in here. I am the bard of this recording.
Yeah, I'm helping.
You are helping, as you should. And then later on, they're looking for Alana, and Lena or Alana, whatever, doesn't matter.
Yeah, yeah.
Eventually, they found a door to the computer lab. It was empty, quiet. The lights turned off, and all the computers turned on, and the screens all glowing brightly in the dark room.
Yep.
Yeah, no.
No.
First off, it's a trap.
Yeah.
Just
I've seen this
visually.
movie. I've seen this movie. We get out of here.
Yeah, all the lights are off, all the computers are on, and yet you're gonna go in there? Nah. Like,
Nah.
I would call out Alana's name. If she doesn't answer, I'm out.
Yep.
Because
Peace.
either she's not there or she's dead. Either
Yeah.
either of
Hell,
those options, I do not need to go in.
Even if I heard her voice, like it's like, "Help me, I'm here." It's like, nope. I'll go get somebody.
Yeah. You can come out then, right? If you're there, don't worry. It's safe. You can come out of the spooky room.
Yeah.
We don't need to go in there.
What's that line from Ace Ventura? What a lovely room of death.
Yeah.
Like
Take
that's
care now. Bye-bye then.
Yeah.
Yeah, that is the end of my chapter 6.
Okay. And then I suppose we move on to chapter 7. Don't make me laugh. I've never murdered a single human being in my life. What? Tom was confused. What do you mean you never? Exactly what I mean, smart guy. Why would I want to waste such a perfectly good toy? Wait, yeah, I'm just as confused as Tom here. Is this a genuine plot twist? Like, is X not the murderer?
Yeah, I was hoping it was gonna immediately turn into a buddy horror.
Yeah, and then it turned out my next thing is like, it turns out Jeff the Killer was here the whole time.
Yeah.
Okay, so we do eventually get in this plot, like, and through a graphic example, that X doesn't perceive someone dying, like their fleshy body dying, as them actually dying, because he rips out their soul, and the soul is immortal. So like he can't, like, so like he doesn't perceive the fleshy body dying as actually like him murdering somebody, because he's taking their soul. And you know what? That kind of harkens back to a cool idea I've heard regarding Lovecraftian horrors, and like cosmic monsters, that when they're terrifying, simply because they just don't get us humans. Like X's whole, I don't kill people. I didn't kill her. She's right here. See? And holds up the bloody soul. Similar to like how Amigo might take somebody's brain out of their head, killing the body. So, and putting the brain into a metal like canister like device, so that they can space travel, because that's how they travel through space, is through like by transporting their brains like in an artificial body. And it going like, see, here are all the stars and worlds beyond your own. Why are you screaming? Let me just put the volume on mute.
I'm helping.
I'm helping you. So at that moment, Tom. Oh, actually, that's the next quote.
He started going to the next one.
Yeah. So it's like I kind of like that idea of, but like the idea that like X doesn't realize that he's actually killing people, or he doesn't. That's just not how he perceives things.
Yeah, I honestly really like that.
This is honestly the turn of the story, where it went from me like slogging through the stupid investigative part that was like kind of annoying, with a little bit of some little cool parts like the projector part and stuff like that in there, to like me actually starting to enjoy the story again.
Yeah, because it became Lovecraftian. It
became Lovecraftian, and we also like the monster started getting more of that like monster and other childish things kind of angle again in this. And then
rare opportunities when you learn more about the monster, they're more interesting.
Yeah, it's
a more is more, not a less is more situation.
Yeah, and actually that kind of ties into the next quote I think I have here based on what I'm seeing in my notes. At that moment, Tom realized that the battery power was being siphoned by this creature's very existence. In his left hand was a girl, struggling in the air to be free from the creature's grip. It was Alana. The creature spoke. Tom saw his wide, drooling mouth move as he spoke in that hideous fake Sonic voice, an apparent hint of a growl lying under. What I'm talking about is that I haven't been killing anybody. I've no reason to. If I kill someone, then that'd be one less human for me to play with. Pure and simple. And I want to play with every single one of you. God, this whole sequence, this entire scene with like their confrontation with the monster is so something out of Monster and Other Childish Things games. I kind of love it. Like, yeah, me too. Like I said, this is the turning point where I actually was like back in the game, like back in the story. I just wish that middle. I just wish we didn't have to slog through that middle bit to get here. And then we have this part here. Tom tried to call Green, but the minute he pulled open his phone, no service. And then we got a little bit later, like a couple of paragraphs down. The cult of X has sealed every way out, and they probably cut the Wi-Fi to the whole school too.
And they're all out there singing this song. X gonna give it to you.
So
he's in there giving it to them. Technically taking from them.
Yeah, X gonna take it from me.
Yeah, there you go.
So I reference this because it's like, oh no, another phones have service, and they mentioned like they must have cut the Wi-Fi. It's a shame that cell phones don't always use Wi-Fi for most of their signal. They use like cell towers and satellites and stuff like that. Yeah, that was the one thing that that's not how cell phones work. They don't just use Wi-Fi.
Okay, here's the thing though.
Yeah.
It's entirely possible that this is just what Tom thinks. He doesn't know any better, Tom.
That is true, yeah.
And the cult just actually put up blocking stuff to block the towers and everything. Because we only have the information that Tom is telling him.
That's true, yeah. They could have somehow knocked out the cell towers nearby.
And
roof or something of some kind.
Yeah.
Yeah. And he is a college student who is probably poor, so he's probably using what's called Wi-Fi calling.
Oh, that's true. Yeah.
Call people on Wi-Fi.
Yeah.
So
because you don't have to pay.
He doesn't actually have a data plan.
Yeah. Okay.
Or anything like that.
I could maybe get through that. It's just it really bugged me. It's like that's not how stuff work all the time.
It bugged me too.
Okay. I figured it would. Actually, this is a good segue because that's the end of my notes for chapter 7. So, Mikey.
All right. So I'm gonna repeat a quote, just because part of it is what hurt me. As the creature walked closer to them, the computers that were near him started to go haywire, and Tom saw, to his surprise, that they started to shut down due to the batteries running out of power.
Okay, hear me out.
In a computer lab.
Yes.
Most computer labs, at least the ones that I've dealt with, use desktops, which are hardwired and plugged in, because it's typically cheaper to have a desktop, and they're usually more powerful than a laptop.
Most, yes, but I also Googled this, and there are some out there. I saw some articles of this college buying a whole crap load of laptops to use in their computer lab, and it shows pictures of a computer lab, all laptops. So it is theoretically possible because it's been done.
But it is more common for desktops. I'm with you. I was willing to let it go because it's such a cool moment, but I think you could easily fix it by just having not deal with the battery power thing. Just have them shorting out or exploding or something.
Or supply or something.
That would have made me happy. But this story has an issue with laptop batteries, and it doesn't want to let it go.
Yeah, it really doesn't.
So,
you more have an issue with all of this.
I mean, there's some problems with the batteries of this, the use of batteries in this game, or in this story. But yeah,
it's integral to the plot, though.
Is it?
It really isn't.
It's the one thing that they're trying to show that happens when he shows up is he drains the energy out of the area.
Yeah, but there could have been a better way of showing that, because again, that's not how desktop computers work. That would likely be in the lab. I know you just said there are some computer labs in colleges that use laptops, but it's generally it's desktops, not laptops.
But it's said in this that they're laptops because batteries. It just told us late, so we have to rewrite the whole scene.
Okay, fair. It could still be retooled or fixed to be better.
Yep. All right, and that's into my chapter 7.
Okay. Gamer.
Okay, what do I have left? So, this is when the creature's in there, starting to murder people and quote unquote kills Alana and everything.
Yeah.
From within the creature's extremely wide maw, Tom saw hands immediately snake their way out, long, black, writhing. As many shadowy hands grabbed a hold of screaming Alana. Tom could also hear Vicky screaming in terror. So first off, it's a cool visual.
Yep.
Not what I expected at all. But how
Nope.
would you expect extra hands in the mouth?
It also now that I think of it, it does also remind me of the final confrontation with Pennywise in the It movies, where Pennywise like goes from the clown creature to like a clown arachnid alien hybrid thing that like its mouth opens up super wide, and it's like true like the thing that actually kills people. Like these like two like glowy tentacle things are inside of its maw that like actually do the mesmerizing and killing of people.
Yeah.
So it's very reminiscent, like the whole like morphology of this creature is very like Pennywise-ish.
And I do
But it's
like
cool.
it.
Yeah.
I'm so glad that it's weird like that, and it's not like he just grabbed and like ripped it open with his normal hands and reached down and pulled it out. That'd be like a lot more boring.
Yeah, it makes it way more like, oh, we're seeing its actual true form. It's just this horrible like thing that's masquerading as this character.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
Which is pretty cool.
Yep.
But that also, all that being said, how is no one in the school hearing this?
Yeah, really.
Because first there's like yelling, and then a loud crash as Tom gets like freaking Spartan kicked across the room, and then there's like screaming and death, and then no one shows up.
Yeah, I mean, like college dorm or college rooms tend to be like pretty well insulated, but like not that insulated.
This isn't a college dorm room. This is in the computer lab.
I mean, but no, I mean in college, like I mean college classrooms and like computer labs. Like the buildings are made to be like somewhat soundproof or at least like muffled so that like for classes and stuff. But like, yeah, it's not that great.
Yeah, and granted, this is like before or after like hours, but still, like if this is all one building, these like blood curdling screams and stuff, I feel like it would draw some attention.
Yeah.
But then again, there's been multiple murders in this school, and none of them have drawn any attention at all until they were discovered.
Yeah.
Like even Kyle was killed in his room, and he has neighbors, and they didn't hear.
Yeah.
So that's either he did it really quietly, or this is some eldritch entity of unknown power, and he's able to basically silence the area he's in.
Yeah, he's able to create a zone of silence.
Like a mirror dimension situation, like in Doctor Strange.
Yeah.
And then, in regards to them being barricaded in, on the other side of the doors, on the other side of the doors was what looked like wooden boards. Someone had barricaded them in. So they're wooden boards.
Yeah.
It's not a brick wall. They're breakable. Find something in the school to break them.
Also, if there's a large enough mob of people, should be able to like assert their weight on that door to deal with it. But
yeah, and also like spoilers to later on, Tom uses a hammer in his room.
Yeah.
Granted, the nails are on the outside, but that's still an implement you can use to hit the boards, if nothing else.
Yeah. Yeah.
Plus, like Mike, he plays football, so that means he can run right through it, right?
Yeah, clearly he's a charger.
Yeah. But that is the end of my chapter 7 notes.
All right. Chapter 8. He had enough. He ran and he ran until he reached his own dorm room. So this is when I realized that this entire fucking campus is one building.
Yes.
Yeah. And it's just odd to me. Like it's like usually again, we said it earlier, but usually a college campus is not just one building. It is multiple buildings across an area that you have to walk to and from. Sometimes there are skywalks that connect various buildings, but and that is just from my personal experience, like with college and stuff. I think it's the same with Mikey here. But like, yeah, I've never really heard of a college that was all one connected building. Like even the dorms are connected. Like that generally doesn't happen. Maybe there are examples of that. And if so, I apologize. But like my own experience, it was very hard for me to leave. And moving on to the next thing that is dumb in this story to me. He wasn't able to save his friends. But now Tom could rest, for he had to save everyone. Then he heard something. Battery power at 100%. What? The computer says that it when it's at 100%. You know what? Fuck it. I don't care anymore. That's not even the weirdest thing I've read today.
Yeah.
It was just so so ridiculous. Like
It's like an 80s movie talking about the future with like all this stuff, like that.
Battery power at 100%.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, sure, I can maybe buy that. Like, maybe Kyle does have his computer, like have a device or like an app on his computer that does like voice when the computer is at 100% charged. Maybe
the computer
it's not
charged while it was off though, so the apps wouldn't be running.
I don't know, man. Like,
I know you're trying to help. I'm in your shoes now. You're trying to help an unhelpable situation, and I'm telling you no.
Yeah, fair. All right, I'm gonna move to the next thing then.
Okay.
All the fun and games you and I will enjoy once I bring you home with me. No, please. Tom whimpered and begged, tears streaming down his face. The creature growled and stared lustfully down at him. His fanged smile more maniacal than ever imagined. Tom saw the knife holder in the kitchen behind the monster. He had to be quick. Don't you mean he got to go fast? Seriously, how has no one in this story referenced "gotta go fast"? It's literally one of Sonic's like motto or sayings.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm just.
It's odd how little reference to Sonic there is in this.
Yeah, exactly.
But that's the other thing. Would it make it corny?
I know, because the character is trying to be. No, it absolutely would not, because it's trying to play on this as this character, right? So the corniness actually would help.
Oh, you want X to be saying the Sonic lines?
Yeah.
Yes. If like Tom was saying it, it would like kind of pull it out. I think because out of the creepiness, because he'd be like making quips and stuff.
Maybe. Yeah. Okay, and then we have this thing here.
He's like, little do you know, I just have to hit you once, and if you don't pick up any rings, you're done.
Fuck.
It only takes 2 hits to kill you, motherfucker.
Yeah.
How many think it'll take me?
Especially if they established that the creature had to like assert like some limitations on itself because of the form it took. Like it's sort of like the Gozer sort of thing. Like it assumed the form of this form for its destroyer mode, but it's bound to the limitations of Sonic. So like in its eldritch form back in its home dimension, it's like this immortal, immemorial being. But when it asserts itself into our world, it has to take on this form, this more like this, like a various form. And it just happened to choose Sonic for its plans, not realizing that it now is weak as it has the same weaknesses as Sonic.
Yeah.
So again, like, so that's why, like, maybe that could have been an MO throughout the killings, is that rings were like jewelry, like rings were always stolen from the bodies.
Yeah.
Like, especially as a college, it could have like college rings, like the like football rings and stuff like that. Could have been the ring from the teacher, like all manner of thing, like earrings.
Yep.
Like, oh my god, that would have been so good if that had actually been something in the story, but it's not. But I'll move on to the next thing here. Speaking of weaknesses, actually. Tom was aiming his knife at the monster like a weapon, while the monster looked at the knife in confusion. Stay the fuck back, Tom threatened quietly. I'm warning you. Stay fucking back. The creature looked at the knife and then at Tom before throwing his back out. Oh my god! No. Before throwing his head back, laughing his mad clown-like laugh, barely standing upright as he did so, as if this was the most funniest thing he had ever seen. Is that really the best you can do, kid? Tom felt extremely awkward as the creature said this. Truthfully, he didn't really think any of this through. Get real, Tom. I'm not part of this world. How do you even know that if that thing's really capable of killing something like me, like myself? Are you really willing to take that kind of risk? I kind of wish that the monster was bluffing here and that the crux to killing him was knives, his one weakness.
Like very violently sweating as he's saying this.
Yeah, it's like Tom, and then it's like, and that's when Tom saw a single sweat drop down the creature's face. It would make it silly, but like at the same time, like I kind of think that would be really funny. It's like, oh no, knives, my one weakness. Or he just dies like Sonic, like just like flies up into the air and then falls down into the earth, like in an X pose.
Of course you would.
Well, that's how Sonic dies, right? Like when he gets hit, he like does an X pose kind of, and then like falls up and then falls down like off out of the level
Through the world, yeah.
Yeah.
Or am I thinking Mario? They both.
I think they do fall. Yeah, I think they fall through the same level. Yeah.
Yeah.
So that was
They're
my
both eldritch beings of the same origin.
Yeah.
Both Mario and Sonic.
Oh no, that's like so. X took on Sonic's form, but then we didn't realize there's another creature, a cosmic entity in X's universe known as Y. It's me, Mario.
Mm-hmm.
God damn it! All right, so and then we get to my last actual thought for chapter 8. The creature casually paced around the room, continuing his speech as Tom watched him. And this is in regards to like when Tom like threatens to kill himself, kind of thing.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, think about it, Tom. You were supposed to be the hero of this story for them, weren't you? You wanted to save them. Doesn't it seem a little selfish to want to take your own life instead of being alive like them? The creature's words struck a small blow to Tom. It's true. He wanted to save his friends, but why? I'd even go so far as to say that's unbelievably cowardly of you, Tom. Your friends are all still living in my world, hoping that you'll come to save them. And yet, here you are, choosing to abandon them, choosing death over seeing them again. It's kind of refreshing to see a monster in a horror story not trying to drive someone to suicide.
Yeah.
Like, even if it is because of malicious intent, it's still like, whoa, Tom, stop. You have everything to live for. Think of your family. Yeah. Think of your friends. They're still living in my world.
He's like actually being a Sonic now because he's being a good guy.
Yeah.
Quote, unquote.
Yeah. Don't you know suicide's no good?
Yeah. That's good.
Think of all the chili dogs you could have after while you're alive. Oh man, like it's just like it's like it's a dark theme, but like I was actually kind of like I kind of like that X here is like actually like I know he's trying to take Tom's soul. That's why he's doing this.
Yes.
But like it's kind of refreshing that he's like trying to like stop him from committing suicide to like and to get his soul. Like it's usually in stories in movies and stories that deal with like horror and a monster that drives you to insanity. They're the ones that are driving you to commit suicide and such.
Yeah, they want you to do it.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, that does it for my chapter 8 notes. So, Mikey.
All right. My first note for chapter 8 is in regards to Wi-Fi. I've been trying to call you for ages, but the Wi-Fi was down. What's going on?
Curse these people and their Wi-Fi limitations to their cell phones. Get a goddamn cell plan.
It's just such a good deal, though.
It's free.
Yeah.
You know how expensive it is to live in Derpland? We can't afford cell plans.
Yeah, Derpland just has Wi-Fi for the entire town. It doesn't actually have cell phone service.
Oh god, wait, so is Derpland actually cool because they're like South Korea and have like ubiquitous Wi-Fi?
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Yeah. And then my next quote here is in regards to the laptop.
Mm-hmm.
Tom sat back up and slowly turned to see Kyle's laptop. It had fully charged. Wasn't Kyle's laptop screen damaged, and didn't the last time he use the laptop, he moved the power cord to his own laptop.
He was switching them back and forth so many times, I lost count.
Yeah, like it just it, the whole scenario is just so confusing.
Yeah.
But I guess it's a thing to get Tom to open the laptop, right? So
Maybe Kyle, through inside the game, was like siphoning energy from a nearby power outlet,
In the
slowly
ruined
charging it
city.
up. Yeah, to be able to turn it on.
Yep.
yeah. And then my next actual thought here. Tom immediately brought the knife towards his own neck. And this reminded me of Blazing Saddles.
Yeah.
Yeah, it does
Yeah.
actually.
I actually did have a note originally, but I removed it because, like, no, I have too many, like, just silly notes. I'm gonna remove a couple. I'm glad you actually covered it though. It's like, yeah, it's like, don't move. I'm not repeating the actual line.
Yeah. We shouldn't repeat it because
No, but
just go watch the movie.
Yeah, go watch the movie. It is actually really fun. Just if a little dated.
Mhm. And that's the end of my notes for chapter 8.
Okay, then I suppose we move on to, we go on to Gamer.
That's the end of my notes for chapter 8.
Okay, on to chapter 9.
This happens a lot because I go last.
No, that's fair. Like well, because you do contribute to like our notes, so like you're not, yeah. So I only have one thing here for chapter 9. A few days later, Green was sitting alone in a bar. He felt guilty about letting all those students down, Tom especially. He drank his scotch as he remembered how terrified Tom was when he spoke to him on the phone for the last time. As he sat there trying to drown his guilt, Derek's sister Sarah sat with him. I figured I'd find you here, she said. Look, I came here to give you a chance to strike back at whatever did this. A group contacted me, Derek. They're called the SNTF, or the Supernatural Task Force. Legitimately, like it's like, yeah, like it's like it's definitely like I imagine that's how like the SNTF sometimes hires humans. Is they like it's the same way like from how Delta Green hires like or gets agents is like, hey, you just experienced this horrible supernatural thing that you can't explain, and it's like kind of ruining your life a little bit. How'd you like to strike back at the mythos? But yeah, honestly, like the kidding aside, our headcanons aside, the amount of collateral damage at the end of this story, an entire college, okay, most of a college campus worth of people was decimated.
Only about half of them, but yeah.
Yeah, like I said, like that's why I from an entire college campus, like most of a college campus, like were decimated. This would need to be an impressive cover up, or it's a world altering event. Like now, as we've established, it's in Derpland, so like gotta give it a pass. But it's kind of interesting how this story definitely plunged into a disaster horror with the sheer body count we get.
Yeah.
Like it just like how fast it ramped up the kill count for X was like phenomenal. Like and ridiculous. And yeah, were it not in Derpland, like this would definitely need to be like incredibly covered up somehow, or it would just be like a world altering event, like or like a nation altering event. But yeah, that's my actual thoughts for chapter 9. So, Mikey, you're up.
I have none.
Gamer, you're up for the last time.
I actually have one.
Yeah,
I can say words.
you've been saying words.
I know. This is in regards to Tom's suicide.
Yeah.
When the cops show up and see him and everything. In a way, sorry, I was hoping that when the cops got there, they wouldn't look at all the bodies, look at Tom's suicide, and they'd be like, "Well, he did it."
I kind of thought that was where it was going to go. Was
Me
like,
too.
oh my god, this is like unfortunately the perfect cover for X. It was that. It was like the one kid fucking somehow did it. Like it would be that. It opens up a whole bunch of other questions. But like, if there's one guy who's clearly committed suicide and doesn't have the same, unfortunately, he does have the same kind of MOs as the rest of them. But if he didn't have those MOs, if he had actually, if it hadn't like left it kind of
stabbed,
yeah, because the ending here, it also kind of this is what I was saying from earlier. Like, it does kind of leave it ambiguous as to whether Tom successfully killed himself before X took his soul, because like his mouth has been opened and his throat has been ravaged in the same vein as the others. So it's like, did he manage to get rid of his soul in time?
Yeah.
But yeah, if Sonic had or if X had not managed to get him and like just gave up after he like knifed himself, or like if after Tom knifed himself, like that is legitimately like, it's grim, but it's the perfect cover for like who done it for the cops.
Yeah, and you could have had a report from Officer Craven.
Or even better yet, that's why Derek is also at the bar, like drinking and stuff like that, because he's been fired because he helped. He was an unwitting accomplice to the murderer.
Yeah.
Oh my god, it would have been so good. It would have been so fucking awesome. But no, it didn't go that way. But it should have.
But at least for Tom's like good name, I'm glad, quote unquote, he was like has his face ripped apart. Like like that was good for him technically.
Yeah.
Considering the alternative where everyone would see him as a shitbag.
Yeah.
But even in that situation where he was a shitbag, actually no, he wouldn't have been. His soul wouldn't have been taken. But yeah, in this situation where he stabbed, his mouth ripped apart, it makes me wonder if his soul is actually taken or not, and if his soul was taken and he's in the game now, if this story could potentially continue being almost entirely in game of all the people that were killed as Sonic characters trying to figure out how to get out.
Yeah, now this becomes a true survival horror kind of thing.
And then what happens when they get out? Do they get out and they're still their Sonic characters, like what X does when he crosses dimensions?
Yeah, because their bodies are gone. Like, their bodies are destroyed. Like, in the process.
And then all of a sudden, it's like the Sonic movie. Like, there's a Sonic character in real life.
Yeah,
darker means.
Yeah, that would be really a really interesting like angle for a sequel to this. Is like them surviving in X's world and then escaping back into the real world. Only that they aren't like, it's sort of like Dreamers, like various Dreamer campaign setting ideas for like the Call of Cthulhu mythos, like the Dreamlands, where like usually the only way you can enter the Dreamlands is when you are like is either a drug induced thing or like you're really vividly sleeping. And in some of the game ideas some of the games I've listened to of the Dreamlands campaigns, the characters end up waking up not in their original bodies because they were killed by the people that drugged them, but in like comatose patients in hospitals. Oh, wow. Like they basically end up in a different body like that from like in the vegetable ward of various like hospitals. So yeah, I you could have that, or like again, like they wake up and they are in their new transformed flesh forms from X's world. Similar to like what he looks like, right? So so basically, yeah, it opens up the world to like having all these suddenly like this these souls coming back to the real world in Sonic bodies.
Yeah, like in a cartoon form, but in real life, which we've talked about before. Cartoons in real life it seems like it would be silly, but because it's unreasonable for it to be a thing, it's still horror.
It seems silly until you watch Who Framed Roger Rabbit. Because like, yeah, that movie's mostly silly, but it's also kind of horrifying when you look at it.
Well, only the villain.
No, not even the villain. Like it is. It's horrifying. It's still horrifying, like based on like that kind of stuff. Or Cool World, which is even creepier because it's like people like the cartoons manifest to our world, and then they start changing back to their cartoon form and stuff like that. So yeah, it is very, because it's basically the difference between like it's sort of like how X, when he travels to our world, it doesn't, like, our reality isn't happy that he's here. And so it's the same kind of situation. But yeah, it's just so, yeah, I really wish like maybe Tom ends up unfortunately getting framed for the murders of the entire college campus. Or B, because like you said, like it does kind of leave it that like ambiguous. Like, did Tom did his soul get caught, or did he successfully stop or halt Nonic from getting him?
Yeah, and if he was framed, would that mean that the next story would be called "Who Framed Thomas Miller"?
Oh my god!
And it takes place in there, and they're trying to figure out how to get it out to the world outside. Who did
Well,
it.
yeah. Well, because at this point it would definitely be Derek and his sister like working, trying to like figure out who is the actual killer. Because like as far as the
And
cop,
Kyle would probably be taking over as the main character in his Knuckles form.
Yeah. God, it has such a good potential. Like even as silly as it is, it does have a good potential for like another for a decent like sequel.
Yeah.
To this idea. But yeah.
Mm-hmm. But that is the end of my news.
Okay. Well, we've made it, guys. We're into final thoughts.
We did it.
Yeah. So reading this remake, I like the clarified ideas about an eldritch entity masquerading as Sonic to steal souls for his own like pleasure and playthings. It's been a couple of years since I read the first one. But I do recall this idea was there, but it wasn't as refined. It wasn't as clarified that like this creature is just using the Sonic persona to get into our world, or to as a way of like attracting people, like to get to souls and stuff like that. It was more kind of delivered similar to what the characters like kind of jokingly say in this story, where it's like, oh, is he like some kind of like hardcore Sonic fan? That's kind of weebish, like, or like it's very yandere. And like that, I remember in the original story, that's kind of how the story kind of brought it on, was that X was actually a fan of Sonic, and that's why he was entering our world as Sonic. But I think this is actually a better way to do it, whereas like the eldritch creature is just masquerading as this pop
Just
culture
character, yeah.
Exactly, yeah. And using the medium of like the Sonic game as a way of like, so that we can how we perceive their reality and like how it can like transition to our reality. This story also just has Monster and Other Childish Things vibes all over it, as well as the same kind of horror vibes as like a monster movie, like Gremlins or Tremors or Monster Squad. Like it's got darker tones obviously in it, but like it feels more like one of those fun horror monster movies, like where a bunch of kids or a group of people or a group of kids specifically are trying to stop a monster from like wrecking their town or something like that. And it just kind of goes darker with it in this case. It also kind of gives me the same vibes as like the one Digimon series, where like the Digimon are like, it's treated a little bit more realistically or a little bit darker, where like the monsters are like ripping through into our reality, and like electronics are screwing up around them as they manifest into our world. So yeah, there's a bunch of stuff that it was like giving me vibes about, and I was kind of here for that stuff. The cult angle even reminds me of like the cult for Slender Man in Dark Harvest, which is a really cool Slender vlog that you should all check out. From back in the day, and they deal with like basically like what happens when a cult starts worshiping the Slender Man, or in this case, and start like basically purposefully like attracting it to areas, or like using to like sacrifice to people and such like that. So like that was really cool about the story, like just the vibes it was giving me with that. The thing that detracts me for this story is honestly the detective side of things and Tom's involvement in that investigation. Like it never felt realistic to me. Like it should have either been cut down and just had Tom and his friends trying to investigate on their own in college, like as kids or as the students and stuff, while all this like chaos is erupting around their college with all the various murders. Or we should have, like you said, Gamer, they should have had like scenes where it cuts away from Tom's perspective to Derek's perspective, or even Sarah's perspective, as like, and we had like basically two stories kind of going on at the same time. One where it's the a friend of the first victim of the story, and then the detectives that are also trying to investigate the murders and stuff like that are constantly happening now.
The thing that bugs me about all this is like, this story is technically two stories. There's a story about like the detective side of it, and then the college side of it. and they're put together in one story, but they're not meshing together well because Tom is not helping.
Yeah, they're
He is
forcing
not
Tom.
saying
Yeah,
anything about the game to the detective. So like he isn't in the Sonic.EXE thing because he doesn't have any exposure to the game, which is the cause of all this, and Tom knows that.
Yeah.
And he says he trusts Detective Green, but he's
Time
not
again.
enough to like actually tell him about it. Because
Yeah.
that's what could have been interesting in this is seeing the police procedural side on this and him not believing him at first, but not having any other leads. So he's like, "Fine, I'll give you the benefit of the doubt, and I'll see what you're talking about." And then, does he actually see like X come out and attack, or is X aware that there's a cop there and he just keeps it as a mundane, spooky game?
Yeah.
Like then you could have that angle of it.
Yeah, like I kind of want the idea of like Tom and his friends checking out the game angle and like